Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. Janiyah McMichael missing. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Janiyah McMichael missing. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about. Peoples, you guys come on in. Peoples, today, I want to come and talk about Janiyah McMichael. Janiyah McMichael, a missing teen, a 13-year old young teen, Peoples, who had came up missing. Peoples. Janiyah McMichael, a 13-year-old from Gary, Indiana, Michael Jackson's hometown, has been missing since August 11, 2024. Last seen at home, she reported missing by her mother, but conflicting accounts suggest she may have disappeared earlier, with her grandmother claiming no contact since June. Initially thought to be a runaway, a silver alert was issued until September 5th, delaying the search. The FBI and Gary police conducted a search on October 5th, but no updates have followed. Janiyah family history raises further questions as past ties to organized crime and alleged child services involvement has surfaced. The case has attracted public attention with advocacy from missing, lost, and trafficked and USPA's involvement. Volunteers, however, reporting facing resistance, including encounters with alleged gang members. USPA has offered their reward and encourages the public to come forward with any information. And see, peoples, this is a sad situation. A sad situation where the young people may have been involved in gang activity or probably have family members that is involved in gang activity. And as we know, what a lot of these gangs, people are into sex trafficking and organ harvesting. And that is the sad scenario, peoples, because these young people tend to grow up in situations such as that. I said they tend to grow up in situations such as like that, peoples. And they're fought peoples that, you know, they have gotten involved in such things. But it still doesn't negate the fact, peoples, that these young people have a right to live. Now, what I don't agree with is a 1-3 getting pregnant. And I don't care who she has been involved with, but a young three shouldn't be getting pregnant at that particular age in this day and time. And it doesn't matter, peoples. See, a young three getting pregnant at that age, peoples, well, then that's telling me a lot about the family ties and the family history and a lot of things that has been going on with the family, you know, the family structure. I mean, what 1 3 year old have a lot of time and space and place to be going around and dipping and tipping? dipping and tipping peoples at that particular age to where she should be out going to the movies and doing all of these wonderful things with her friends, but yet she finds herself at 1 3 being a mother or mother to be herself. Mind hasn't fully developed, body hasn't fully developed, and yet she is on the precipice of being a mother and taking upon the responsibilities as a mother herself. 1 3 peoples. 1 3 peoples. That is just amazing to me, peoples. That a young lady such as her age can be able to have all of that time and freedom to go about in getting pregnant. That's amazing to me, peoples. But despite all of that, peoples, I mean, young people are young people, and young people are going to do things and stuff, regardless of how much you try to keep a loose or a lasso around them. They tend to find themselves in precarious situations, peoples. And so that's the thing, they have a lot of time on their hands. And so, you know, with all of that time on their hands, peoples, well, then they go and they get into certain things. They get into trouble. And I get it, peoples. I get it. It's hard raising teenagers nowadays with all of the bad influences that surrounds them. You have the internet and everything and stuff. It's so much stuff that's happening in this world, peoples. So much stuff that is happening. But we still have to be parents, and we still have to look out for our children and make sure that they are safe, they are healthy, and they are happy. And make sure that we provide for them and make sure that we continue to keep men a beacon of life in their lives, peoples. And so this is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring awareness to this case, because for the simple fact that it can happen to any one of us. It can happen, peoples. And it happens on the daily. You know, our kids get involved and get tied up and tangled up into so much stuff. It's crazy. But at the end of the day, peoples, no one has the right to go ahead and take a young lady from her point of residence. No one has the right to do that. No one has the right to tell this young lady what she needs to do with her body, and especially if it's forced. Now, she's been missing. She's been missing, and so we can sit here and we can speculate, we can congregate, and we can cause conjecture and all of this madness and things. But at the end of the day, peoples, you know, you got to just ask yourself the question. And the simple fact is simply this young lady was 1 3. And by her being 1 3 peoples, she was about to have a child at 1 3. 1 3 peoples. At 1 3, she is about to be a mother. Doesn't that remind you of the other case that was or still is in the headlines and things? And the guy is, literally on trial for impregnating his niece, and she was at an early age. as well, peoples. And not only did he impregnate her, but he killed her, you know, to try to cover up his crime. But then it has also been stated that not only did he try to cover up his crimes, but, the family was involved as well. And they knew exactly what had happened to her. And nobody said a word because everybody was complicit in that of what they did. Now, I'm not going to say that they were complicit in the analyzation of her, but they wanted to protect the perpetrator. And so, peoples, you know, if you see something, you need to say something. But in this case, why is it conflicting stories when it comes down to this particular case? Why is it conflicting stories? Why is it that both the responsible people in her life, such as her mom and her grandma, cannot get the story straight? What is the underlying factors behind this particular case, peoples? Is what I am about to take a look at. We're going to see some videos. We're going to read some reports and things. And we're going to see, peoples, what exactly had taken place. We're going to bring everybody up to speed as to what's what in this particular case and whether she was found or whether she was found deceased. We don't quite know yet, peoples. We don't quite know. But the thing is, we are going to find out. And now, and just hit the airwaves just now, and just 5 minutes ago, peoples. Um, there is another teen that has come up missing in Greenville County, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna play that real quick and see what is going on in this particular case. I'm just now got the report. Just now got the report, and this just happened just 5 minutes ago. And so we're going to take a look at this, people, and see exactly what's what. And so we need to do our part, peoples, and to spread the word for the people. And this young lady name is Jamari Brown. Jamari Brown. And so it's just a small little clip, peoples. It just seems like our young peoples is coming up missing, peoples. Coming up missing. And this has happened January the 30th, 2025, but they just had a update up on this case. And this is another case that we're going to take a look at, people. So let me share my screen, peoples. I'm going to share my screen, and let's take a look at this, peoples. Jamari Brown, last seen on Furman Hall Road, Greenville County. Call 911 if you have seen this young lady. Jamari Brown. Last seen on Furman Hall Road, Greenville County. And if you've seen her, call 911.
You know it. Your sellers know it. Your customers know it.
And so, peoples, let me go back and share my screen because I don't think that you guys have heard anything that I was saying. I just realized that my mic was muted. So let me go back and let me share that. And it says that Guerneville, South Carolina, the Guerneville County Sheriff Office said they are searching for a missing teen last seen on Thursday. According to deputies, the 14-year-old Jamari Brown was last seen at home on McMichael Drive around 10 p.m. Brown is 5 foot 2 inches tall, and she weighs about 115 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Anyone with any type of information is asked to call 911. And so we're going to follow this case, peoples. We're going to follow this case. We're going to follow it to see if there's any updates to this case, to see, if we can be able to get some clarity out of this, to see exactly what is going on. So much is happening. Our young people is coming up missing. It's crazy, people. Our kids is coming up missing. A lot of our kids is missing peoples, and I don't understand it for the likes of me. And so here is another case that just hit the airwaves too, that just came up on my radar. And so let me share this particular live right here, peoples. This is not only about Janiyah McMichaels, but it's about all of the missing kids that has come up missing these days. And I just wanted to come and bring awareness to this, peoples. But let's play this little clip. And it says that officials confirm investigation human remains found in Ebert County. Now, this is the first I ever heard about this case, but let's take a look and see what's happening here, peoples.
You know it. Your sellers know it. Your customers know it. Enterprise sales has gotten painfully complex, and it's time to raise.
From the tip, just what were they doing defensively to keep you guys out of the lane, and how tough was it to stop them on the dribble drives into the paint?
I mean, they a really good scouting report defense, and I felt like we didn't have much ball movement going on. It was a lot of ball screens and not much movement on the weak side or the strong side. So I think we have to do a better job recognizing that early and just getting everyone else involved.
Sort of going off of that, how would both of you kind of assess just from an effort standpoint, especially kind of on offense?
We just got punked today. It's very much embarrassing.
Okay, I don't think that this has anything to do with the case. I don't think that had anything to do with the case. I think that was some type of game that these young ladies was involved in, and whatnot. So I don't know if that had to do with the case, but we're going to focus back our attention upon the young lady that we were just talking about here. Let me go ahead and get this in position here. Janiyah McMichael. So we're going to share this screen right here. And I've seen that many people have been talking about this case. A lot of people have been talking about this case. I wanted to go and get a news clipping first so we can get just a little bit more info as to what exactly is going on. And wow, by looking at this, people, there's so many people is coming up missing. This is crazy. This is very disturbing, people. So, I mean, and it's not only happening in Indiana and Chicago, it's happening all everywhere. Our kids are coming up missing. Young people coming up impregnated and things. It is absolutely crazy, peoples. And I'm just like, wow, how did I miss this? All of these things is happening, and I'm missing all of this stuff. That is crazy. And then here's another thing. It says video shows mom snatched away girl who was center of missing child alert. Missing girl found after falling from moving car. And look at the little baby. She is just so cute, but what is going on? So people, we are going to we're going to take a look at this. This is going to be Missing Child Day. And we're going to take a look at all of these different cases that is in the news now. We're just bringing awareness to it. Now, I can't really do like a full live and go in depth with all of these different cases and stuff. But what I do want to do is I want to utilize my platform as a conduit so the people can see a lot of the atrocities that is going on in our society today. And I think that the people needs to be aware of all of these things going on. And look, it's from one to another, and all of them are ranging in all of these different age ranges, from 5 years old to 1 year old to 13 years old. And it's crazy. So we're going to start right here, peoples. We're going to start right here. We're going to get back to Janiyah. But I wanted to come here, peoples. I wanted to come here and I wanted to go ahead and bring awareness to all of these cases that is in the headways. And I haven't heard nobody else on YouTube, talking about this. Everybody's covering Diddy and Jay-Z and all of these other celebrities and, singers and actors and all like this and stuff. But I wanted to bring awareness to these people whose voices will never be heard again. Let's take a look at this, peoples. What in the world is going on?
And rushed her to the hospital.
Mom snatch away girl who was center of missing child alert.
I'm not giving you this baby. That is my baby. Okay, but
Tonight, the little girl you just saw on the screen being snatched from a woman's arms has been found. This video happened moments after that little girl was thrown out of a car, and the woman taking her away is her mother.
Now, after that incident, police sent out an alert looking for that 1-year-old and her mother who was driving the car at the time. Well, after 15 hours of searching, they were both found.
NBC6 reporter Christian Colon has the details on this story.
hey, are you okay? It's okay. I'm gonna sit down. Come here. Oh my God. Hello? Hello?
A witness stumbled upon the unimaginable when she saw a 1-year-old child getting thrown out of a moving car and left helpless. The witness tried calling 911, but amid that call, the mother returned and yanked her baby back.
Okay, I'm not giving you this baby. That is my baby. Okay, but oh my God. I need you guys to come.
The mother, police say, is Tasha Mills, a 29-year-old convicted felon, according to records.
We received a call that a 1-year-old child was thrown from a moving vehicle. The witness who observed it was behind them. She saw a child on the ground, physically hurt. She picked up the child. She moved to a safer location off the road where she attempted to help her and call 911.
After more than 15 hours, police found the child in Opelika and rushed her to the hospital.
We're all very happy, very joyful, but we don't know exactly what her injuries were, and that is why she's on her way to Nicholas Children's Hospital.
The mother was found in Miramar and is now being questioned by investigators.
I would say it would be some sort of child abuse, child neglect. But again, that is why we are working with the state attorneys to find exactly the charge that we can charge her with.
Records obtained by NBC6 show it's not the first time Mills has been arrested. In 2020, she was convicted for punching her mother and launching at her with a kitchen knife. However, recent records show Mills was a victim herself of domestic violence this past May after the father of her children stomped on her face. Mills requested and a judge granted for her ex to stay away from her family. It's really unclear why that child ended up on the side of the road. It's also unclear if state attorneys plan to charge the woman. We will keep you posted. In Hialeah, Christian Colon, NBC6 News.
It was a cold February.
Peoples, we're definitely going to follow that particular case because that is just, it's crazy. This woman said that she had saw the baby be ejected out of someone's car. And then the lady goes and drives up behind her and then snatches the baby out of her hand after the baby then fell out of a moving vehicle. You know, I mean, it's crazy, peoples. The girl suffered already trauma for falling out a moving vehicle. And then not only that, but she gets snatched up from her mother. That is just simply crazy. Hello, Vicki Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicki Davis said she isn't pregnant. No, isn't she's pregnant? Yeah, she is. From the reports that I had last read that the young lady was pregnant. but she was missing. Now, I haven't read the updates to this case because I just got this case last night. Now, I really didn't do too much research on it because I was tired. But I felt that, well, from that little that I read, I said this warrants my attention. And I'm going to talk about it. And so that's what I'm doing today, peoples. And not only do I want to talk about that, but I want to talk about all of these other cases that is on the airways as well. All of these people are missing. And so let's get back into Janiyah McMichael's peoples. Let's look at Popcorn or Pop Crime TV. And I know that this young lady, she has from reports that I have seen from past hour that I was looking. I don't know who this young lady is, but she's definitely been on this case. Her face has literally been on the forefront of what was going on with this case. And so what I want to do, people, is I want to take this time to sit here and play this live. And hopefully we can get a little bit more insight as to what has transpired in this particular case. And so without further ado, people, let's look at Pop Crime TV with Lauren Collin.
And discuss this.
Okay, people, okay, I'm already sharing my screen that way. All right, let's take a look at this. Let's go.
Up of that 9 line. And it proves that, look, if you're not into geopolitics, you won't notice it. I mean, hello. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Pop Crime TV's The Outlier podcast. Today, I am joined by Pebbles Wilson. She is the founder of Missing, Lost, and Trafficked, and she's doing really important work here. I mean, I am so honored to have you, Pebbles. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Now, on my other show that I do, Primetime Crime, with former homicide prosecutor Jarrett Ferrantino, we recently featured Brian Fitzgibbons of USPA, who you actually have worked with as well, investigating the case of a missing girl, 13-year-old Janiyah McMichael of Gary, Indiana. And she's been missing since, well, we can go back and discuss this, but she was reported missing in August of 2024. But her family, her extended family, actually says they haven't seen her or heard from her since June. Is that right?
Yes, based on my correspondence, based on messages sent to me, messages posted on live streams as well by her family members. They stated in black and white that the last time they physically saw Janiyah was at the end of the school year, the 2023-2024 school year. And I was given an exact date of June 10th of 2024.
That was the last time that some of her family had spoken to her. And I think it's important to point out, we pointed this out on Primetime Crime, but her mom reported her missing the day before school started. So that indicates, I think, to most of us, well, she realized that somebody was going to notice if Janiyah was missing, because it had been summer. Nobody really was keeping tabs on her, but hey, the school would know. So she kind of had to report her missing.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's still uncertain, really, what occurred between the day she noticed or realized she was missing, which the day that was given was August 11th, and the following day when she was actually reported missing per GPD post, which was a date of August 12th. So there's so many uncertainties here.
Yeah. And then, so GPD is Gary Police Department. That's Gary, Indiana.
Yes, yes,
And
absolutely.
they put out a silver alert for Janiyah. Is that right?
About a month, approximately close to a month after she was reported missing, a silver alert was issued on September 5th of 2024. Absolutely.
Okay. And this is Janiyah. She is adorable. Oh my goodness. She is so adorable. Now, Pebbles, we know that her mom and her dad were estranged or they were not together. And you actually did the work of tracking down her dad. Great work. And her dad shared something really, really disturbing with you. Can you tell us about that?
He stated that he had been contacted by CPS. And in summary, he informed me during a Facebook live stream that has been made public on multiple platforms. The allegation that he stated specifically that Janiyah had been SA'd, or rather, I want to say taken advantage of. And that's as much as, I feel comfortable with, going into that. And he was notified by another agency and not Janiyah's mother when he first learned of these allegations.
So there's allegations that Janiyah was SA'd. It was brought to the attention of her father by an agency. Let's say
yes.
You said Child Protective Services or yes. The police. Both, or
Child Protective Services is what he was referring to. Yes, during that live stream.
So in order for them to have, I guess, knowledge of this, Janiyah would have had to have told them this, right? Or somebody else, because it seems like, how else would they know unless it was reported to them?
Absolutely. I do have, and I can furnish that information to you on a later date. I do have screenshots. I take a lot of screenshots from statements made by family members or extended family members of Janiyah, stating that they are saying, yes, she indeed made these allegations, but she was put up to it, so to speak. That's what they have stated. God. Yes, she said that a certain individual essayed her, but with saying that, a lot of in the same statement, if that makes sense, they've stated that it wasn't true, that she was trying to protect her mother's girlfriend, who was actually playing a role in taking advantage of her. So I truly don't know what to believe. I just know that family members have stated that they've stated or admitted that, to their knowledge, Janiyah made these claims. Does that make sense?
It does. The family is okay. And I want to go back because I want to make it clear we are not here. Pebbles and I are not implicating Janiyah's mother. However, it's important that we can't ignore the fact that it's believed that Janiyah was missing before August. I mean, no one had seen her or spoken to her, and her mother didn't report it until August. So whatever her mom's doing, if she's, involved with drugs and she's in some kind of, state of mind for the entire summer, and she just didn't pay attention to her daughter or care about her daughter. I mean, sure, that's a possibility. We could speculate all day, or we could speculate that something nefarious was going on. And, we'll get to this, but the apartment that Janiyah lived in with her mom and her mom's girlfriend, it was searched, but the Gary PD, they deployed the gang initiative to search the apartment, which is really interesting. But we'll get to that in a minute. But I want to go back here. So when Janiyah's dad told you that he received this call from DCS or whoever it was about these SA claims, do you recall what when about he got this call, what month it was or anything like that?
I don't recall, and I want to be as accurate as possible. I can always go back and maybe have been something that I missed in terms of what he stated in terms of a time frame. But from our conversation, what I gathered is that it was at least a few months before, I want to say possibly April, I'm not sure for certain, but a few months before she went missing, to be more accurate in terms of when he learned of this. Yeah.
Okay. And it's frustrating because we wouldn't be able to see this police report or this DCS report because she is a minor, I guess, to validate these claims. Okay. So we've got this timeline. A few months prior to her disappearance, she reports that she was SA'd. And then a few months later, she goes missing. Her mom doesn't report it, allegedly, until 2 months after she initially goes missing, until school is about to start. And then the gang unit is dispatched to search Janiyah's mother's apartment where Janiyah lived. We don't know what they found, if they found anything. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. It was not just the gang response task unit or a gang response team. It was also, they were joined by the FBI, and we're assuming just assuming it was the Indiana's FBI, because there are several headquarters throughout the state of Indiana. There are pictures that has been taken, published, released online, sent to me personally, showing that the FBI had a table, and I can certainly send you some of those pictures set up in front of Janiyah's residence where she went missing from, which is 1951 Virginia Street. And there were items that it seemed that they were being processed. There were items that were being bagged. There were a lot of items or unknown items at this time being brought out of the home. And so there are pictures kind of that verifies that much.
Okay. Do we know if there were any electronics or any type of computers or MacBooks or whatever?
They did a really good job. The FBI, we're not sure. They did a really good job of concealing what was being taken out. It is for certain a lot of things were taken out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming they had a warrant for her phone as well, or I would hope so. But do we know what Janiyah's mother, what her story was? I mean, usually when a child goes missing, a 13-year-old, there's a whole story. I put her to bed. I woke up the next morning. She was gone. She was last wearing XYZ. Her digital footprint said she was communicating with this person. I mean, did Janiyah have a social media? Did her mom come up with any type of quote unquote story to law enforcement?
I'm not sure exactly what, I want to be as accurate as possible, what information that they have that they did not release to the public. I can only tell you what I was told versus what was released by WGN Chicago. So I was told by individuals I won't name at this time who spoke with Janiyah's mother, Miss McMichael. I was told that she noticed her daughter missing at between 12:45 a.m. and 12:47 a.m. in the morning, meaning she didn't actually see her leave. She noticed that the front door was ajar or slightly open. And that's what I was told, and that she wasn't in her room. Okay. And what is in contradiction of that statement is I began reading an article published by WGN. I'm reading this article, and forgive me if I'm stating the wrong publication at this time. I'm just going by memory, so I'll say a local news station, that she noticed her daughter was missing in the morning hours, as early morning hours, as she was waking children up for school and getting ready to prepare her children to go off to school. So that's a separate storyline that was given, if
Okay.
you will.
So
Yes.
Janiyah has siblings. I didn't know this.
Yes, she does have several siblings. Absolutely.
Oh, are they
Yes.
older, younger?
Younger.
Boys,
Janiyah is reportedly the oldest, and so she's 13 years of age. She will be turning 14, I'm told, in April. That's her birthday month.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Do you know what her mom does for work or how she has income?
I'm not certain. I don't want to share too much hearsay, but I will.
We'll do a disclaimer. Speculation.
Yes. Speculations. From what I've learned from Gary residents, I have a lot of close ties with Gary because I lived in Gary for many years. Is that her mother was not reportedly clocking in and clocking out for work every day, and may have been receiving some benefits. I'm not sure what benefits for which children, but yes.
Okay. And now I did see something on your page, which, by the way, guys, I will put in the episode notes, the Facebook page, Missing, Lost, and Trafficked. You had screenshots, which you mentioned. You love to keep your screenshots, which is very smart. You had screenshots of text messages, and these appear to be text messages between Janiyah's mother and somebody else. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. The other person, you don't have to disclose who they are. I'm sure they want to remain nameless because you didn't disclose. But these texts indicate that Janiyah's mother was planning to give up her children to the system, foster care, or what? Because she couldn't handle them? I mean, that's huge.
Mm-hmm. This was back in the summertime, so around June. These conversations took place right around the time that I wholeheartedly believe that Janiyah went missing. She was, in summary, expressing that she was very frustrated with her children. She said, I've changed, but these kids haven't changed. I'm just quoting a bit of what was stated sent out by her, reportedly or allegedly. And she seemed to be very frustrated. She indicated multiple times in this change she had with this unnamed recipient that she didn't want her mother to have the children. However, she didn't want her girlfriend to know where the kids were going to go if she could convince the state to take all of her children.
Okay.
I thought that was really odd.
Well, that is odd. I mean, and now, how do we know that these text messages are valid? Do you trust this source who sent them to you?
I believe that it's valid because I do my own set of investigations, and I took time to find out whose phone number that the sender was registered to, and it was indeed registered to Jasmine and McMichael.
Okay, so it was Jasmine. Now, this is speculation, and I'm just thinking about certain things as we discuss this. But if she didn't want, her girlfriend to know where the kids were going, do you think there's a chance here that Jasmine's girlfriend was posing some kind of threat or harm to her kids, and she wanted to save her kids? And I mean, I don't know. Possibly something happened with Janiyah, and there was nothing that she could do about it. But maybe she's thinking, okay, I can save my other kids. I don't know. Or is Janiyah in hiding somewhere? Or did something happen? And it's like this is really interesting with these text messages.
That is a working theory that I have. Given other information, there's some information that I'm not going to disclose live that I received regarding her girlfriend, and allegations of abuse that her girlfriend allegedly inflicted on not just Janiyah, but the other siblings as well. So yes, it's a working theory.
That's so sad. That's so sad. And I mean, it could be another thing. Like maybe Jasmine, Janiyah's mother, knows what happened, and maybe she's not responsible, but maybe she just was trying to figure out how to even navigate this. And then, she thought she had the whole summer. And then, as we all know, summer flies by. School's about to start. And she's like, oh, shit, I better report her missing. This is a tough one, man. This is really tough. Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Well, we do know that our friends at USPA are offering a $10,000 reward. And if you do have any information, you should contact the Gary Police Department, 219-881-1214. And I'll have that in the episode notes as well. Or you can go to the USPA website, which I will also have in the episode notes. But Pebbles, just a bit about you, because you are this trusted source in that area. People send you information. They send you text messages. How did you get your start into doing this? Because your Facebook page has quite a number of followers. And again, like I mentioned, you're very trusted.
Well, after losing my cousin, my cousin, we call him Bob, at the height of COVID due to a homicide. He was unfortunately killed on the west side of Chicago. And I would say in a roundabout way, grieving his death. We were extremely close. He helped me in a lot of ways when I was pursuing my bachelor's degree and my master's degree. It sort of led me into my purpose as I was trying to figure out, well, what role I would play as a journalist. I have these journalism communication degrees and was trying to sort it all out. And so, and it just kind of, I reported on my first missing person case on a missing teen that had gone missing in Gary. It garnered a lot of views at the time, well over, I believe, 18,000 views. I drove around in my car looking for her. And that was kind of my start on giving a voice to the voiceless. He wasn't reported missing. It was a direct homicide, but just in a roundabout way, I feel like I was led kind of into my purpose, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. I always think about that. Whenever I'm frustrated or I feel like things aren't going in my direction, I'm a spiritual person, so I'm always praying and just being like, oh God, just point me in the right direction here, and I'll go with it and I'll trust it. And it sounds like, God did sort of put you in this direction after a tragedy. And I'm so sorry about your cousin, but I feel like he'd be very proud of you.
Yes. He always encouraged me to kind of go with my heart, to go with my gut, to not give up despite any kind of trials that I've gone through. And I've personally gone through a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations. I've gone through a lot of hardships myself. However, the things that he instilled into me sticks with me, and even with what I do, and it gives me strength to not give up at times that I do just want to give up, unpublish my pages and platforms. It gives me a lot of strength to continue on. Yes.
And I think it's important. I think we all go through this as creators and journalists when, something happens, and the internet is a tough, cruel place. And we have these thoughts of like, I'm done. This is not worth it, but you got to take a break, I think, regroup
Yes.
and realize that you're doing good. You're doing good work that needs to be done, and that the internet and people like you and sites like Missing, Lost, and Trafficked, I mean, they really help people. They make a difference. And I know we have limited time here, but I do want to ask you one more thing, because
Yes.
I think you're super brave to investigate these crimes and disappearances in your own neighborhood, your own backyard. I mean, it's scary. People could dox you, figure out, where you, all this stuff. I mean, are you a little nervous sometimes? Do you sleep with one eye open because you're out there, man?
I've gotten death threats. I've gotten my address sent to me. That's why I'm so private about what I share and how much I share. I've had to revamp a lot of things, change locations, all of that. So yeah, it does get really scary at times, but I'm not allowing what could happen, what someone may do in retaliation to detour me ultimately. Unfortunately, because of the things that I've had to expose in Jania's disappearance and other cases I'm working on right now, I mean, as much as I know people are afraid of Gary, and I'm not Gary at all, I have to kind of stay away from the place that I really love and the people that I really love, and we have to be virtual. So it is a lot that I have to, a lot of adjustments that I've had to make in my life just to continue doing what I'm doing, so I can be here to continue doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I understand. I mean, it's tough out there, but you gosh, you seem to you're getting the brunt of it right now. So
Yes.
you're brave, and I think that hopefully Jania is found. There hopefully will be some kind of closure. She is a beautiful young 13-year-old girl who deserves to live her life, and I'm glad that we could bring attention to her story, and that we could also spotlight you and all the work you're doing. So I appreciate you coming on, and I hope you'll join me again.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Have a great one. And yeah, like I said, we will be in touch in the future. Okay.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
And so people's listening to that of what the young lady had stated about Jania, McMichael, it strikes me as odd with a lot of things that has been said. And so I really have to take some time to look into this case, because, 1 minute she says that she has text messages with Jania and her mom. She never mentioned anything about Jania being pregnant, although she said that the father said that she was essayed, and the father found that out through CPS. But then she said that, Jania was reported missing on one day, but then come again, she was reported missing days before or even months before and things. And Jania had other siblings and whatnot, but when I'm listening to this, I was so kind of confused and stuff, because see, my mind works in a different way, and I'm processing all of what they're saying and stuff, and I'm kind of like, well, shit. Why would the mom want to give up the kids in the first place? And then if the girlfriend was living there with her and stuff, what was the girlfriend doing with Jania? And the girlfriend cannot impregnate Jania. So did the mom give Jania up to some predator or whatever? Or, what is going on? And what she proclaimed that the girl was missing months beforehand, but she had screenshots of messages that her mom was supposed to have. So if her mom was supposed to have, then you can pretty much ascertain whether or not it's a child speaking in text messages. It's just the same thing like Kanika Jenkins, when Lenora had said that Kanika had texted her at 1:30 in the morning talking about she's ready to go. Well, Lenore, based upon that alone, already knew that Kanika was at the establishment, that she was going to the establishment and things. But it's that actual factual and true that Kanika had texted Lenora. Is that true, peoples? Because see, you know, when you break little things like that down, other things come into play, and other things should corroborate the story that is being told, but it doesn't. It conflicts that of what is being spoken. Now, I've always had a problem with that, because when the people say, and it's in the case files, people, that Kanika had texted Lenora at 1:30 in the morning, and then after that, she had no more contact with Kanika. But then later on that day, they're scrambling around looking for Kanika, you know, making missing persons reports and things like that. But what's really boggling my mind is simply this, is that at the time to when Irene was supposed to have made a missing persons report or went down to the police station, then the day of Kanika being missing, Shamaya and her mom was supposed to have made a missing persons report. But yet later on, Lenore was supposed to have made a missing persons report. And then later on, the police was supposed to have come back to the Crown Plaza for her to sign it. Really? So you mean to tell me that they had to physically come to the establishment for Lenore to sign some paperwork that she was supposed to have made a missing persons report and never did sign? And because of the non-signature, they couldn't do anything? Really, peoples? I mean, if you believe that bullshit and madness, that's crazy. Because it doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't make no sense. All of these people making missing persons report the day of this girl supposed to have been coming up missing. And nobody questioned that. But yet everybody wants to say that Kanika walked the halls of that establishment, but yet and still they can't prove that. And then based upon the testimonies of the kids alone and stuff, it is conflicting with the various reports that has been made. And it's the same with Janiyah McMichaels. The mom was supposed to have been text messaging her. She's supposed to have been with her mom throughout the summer. But throughout all of that, you mean to tell me the mom did not know whether or not she was missing? Even though she had other siblings, and Janiyah is the oldest out of all of the kids, we don't even know how many siblings she had. We don't even know the ages of the siblings and stuff. We don't even know the status of mind that the mama was supposed to have been in, let alone the girlfriend. We really don't have much of nothing to go up on right now. But I'm going to do a little bit of digging and diving and see. And then the father was told by CPS that something had happened to his child, but yet and still, if something happened to the child, you would think that CPS would have jumped in and took the child away from the home, either gave him temporary custody or whatever the case may be. I don't know the father's situation, so I don't know. But normally that's what happens. They take the child out of the custody of the offending people. And in this case, I can't really say whether the mother was offending. I can't say that the girlfriend was offending, because it's all speculation and conjecture. But based upon the conversations that these two was having and stuff, it's just a lot of unanswered questions. People said just doesn't make no sense to me. And then my thing is simply this. Well, I mean, this girl, she's doing all of this investigation and stuff. But if you're doing all of this investigation and you're holding on to all of the information and you don't want to put it out, what's the purpose of doing all of this stuff if you're going to hold on to it? If you really want the public's help into trying to figure out and find out what happened to this young lady, well, then you need to share the information. But holding it hostage and stuff ain't going to do no good. And then, like I tell you, people, see, when you go and dibble and dabble in people's personal business and you're living in the same state, in the same area, you're just asking for it. You're asking for it. And so that's why I am very careful about what I share, especially when it comes down to personal information, when it comes down to the Kanika Jenkins case, because although I have it, I have to be very cautious of how I share things. Some things I just can't show, and I won't show, regardless of how much you want to know. It's just some things that it just needs to remain private. Now, I can talk about it in a roundabout way, but, as far as that goes, that's what it is. And so it's never been stated as to who they had thought had impregnated this young lady. And we know that a girl can't impregnate another girl. So that's out the question. So a male had to be involved. And so who was the male perpetrator? And it seems like this family is just so disconnected, so discombobulated in things and stuff. And this lady, she had issues. Well, with all of the issues that she had and stuff, well, shit, I'm surprised that she even been allowed to even keep any children. But the systems, the system never, it always fails, and people slips through the cracks. And in this case, that's what happened to her. Now, there hasn't been no updates to say that her body has been found. She has been found. I'm sure by now she's already had the child if she's living, and she's probably living under an assumed name if she's still living. Somebody knew the perpetrator, because can't no 13-year-old keep water and then be pregnant at the same time. Somebody had to know. Some adult had to know, whether it be the school, whether it be whoever. She had to have some type of care. You just can't be pregnant at that age, and your body is going through all of these different changes, and you don't have prenatal care. You're not going to the doctor to get checkouts and things like that to make sure that you and your baby is safe. And so in cases like this and stuff, just like we've seen in the other case of the other young lady, Zanaya, this is Janaya, and then the other lady girl's name was Zanaya. In these cases and stuff, these little young teens got pregnant and then end up coming up missing. And somebody knew. Somebody knew. And they wanted to take them out. And my thing is this. You messing with a little 13-year-old, and you go and unalive her, all because you didn't want nobody to know. Well, what did you think what was going to happen if you're messing with a 13-year-old and you got them pregnant? it ain't no way in God's creation can you keep that under wraps. Somebody's going to find out. Somebody's going to find out. And if she goes any longer and stuff, well, then, you know, she's going to end up having a baby, and then people's going to be, well, okay, who's the father, and stuff like that. And so, you know, all of these government agencies is going to get involved in things, because then the person has to pay child support and, you know, this and that and the other. So it ain't no way that you're going to be able to keep this under wraps. Absolutely no way that you're going to be able to keep it under wraps. So, you know what? So now you did the deed. You don't want to get caught. So now you unalive her and the baby. But see, people's, when stuff like this happens, I just cannot believe for one moment that no adult would have ever figured out or would have ever not known. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? I that just doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me that no adult would have known that these young ladies were pregnant. And then what are these young ladies doing, tipping and dipping and tripping, having X with anybody for that matter? So you guys sit around and say, yeah, well, I got a good handle on my child. My child doesn't go nowhere and stuff. Keeping your child in the house ain't going to keep them from all of these predators. That makes them want to get out and go and do things more, because you're locking them up. See, the Bible teaches us, train up a child in the way they should go, and when they get old, they shall not depart from it. So you don't have to keep your children down on a lock and key, peoples. What you need to do is have a good conversation and educate your children, so they don't fall prey to all of this madness that is going on. Nobody said that you had to be your child's friend, but you need to be involved in your child's life. And I understand everybody do everything different and stuff. And even you, many of you adults that was locked down and stuff, you had been a child at one point. And some of you had babies at an early age. You know, you was a little hot mama. See, back in when I was growing up, we didn't have young ladies today twerking all on TV and the internet, and you know, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have pagers, we didn't have all of this stuff that these people are having nowadays. And we grew up in a generation to where everybody was respectful, and that your neighbor can beat your tail at any given point in time if they see you acting out. We had hot mamas back then and stuff, but they kept it under wraps. You know, a lot of this perverted and persuasive madness that is happening in the days now and stuff, we didn't have that when I was growing up. Just outrageous and bodacious with it and stuff. And you halfway dressed and you're going on the internet and you twerking and doing all like this and stuff, and you want people to respect you, you're getting the wrong attention and you're sending the wrong message. And so when things happens to you, then you ain't got nothing to say, because you're the one who invited that madness. You invited the madness. And so you can't get mad when things happens to you, because you invited the madness. And then you mothers, you know, you guys are all looking for love and attention and things like that. And you accept anything. And you let your mind just wander and just go and stuff. And I ain't talking about everybody. I'm talking about certain people. You know who you are. You know the things that you did. You know the things that you said. And so you can't sit here and blame everybody for your miscalculations, for the things that you chose to do. You did that. And so, peoples, I really want to get into all of these other cases and things, but I got to make a store run. I got to make a store run, like I said, peoples. You know, I have to make a store run, peoples. And so I got to turn back to the various things that I always know to do and stuff is Kanika Jenkins, peoples. Because there's nothing that I can play right now that'll keep you guys motivated and activated and things until I get back. And see Janaya and Zanaya. And everything is IAYA. One is with a JA and one is with an NA. So that's remarkable, people. Janaya and Zanaya. And so these are the two cases that we're going to focus upon, peoples. Zanaya and Janaya. And the both endings of the name is NIYAH. Janaya and Zanaya. And they both were 13 years old, peoples. And then look at them, peoples. Look at them. Look at the stark difference in between the two. And they kind of almost look like little twins. They kind of almost look like little sisters. And I know this is, see, I can try to do this as a screenshot. Let me see if I can do this as a screenshot real quick and try to get these two, you know, like that. Yeah. Okay, let me do that. And let me screenshot it like that. Okay, there it is. And so let me name this Janaya and Zanaya. And they both was 13. That's interesting, peoples. They both was 13. So let me put down not Zaya. No, I say I've been saying Nazaya. I mean Janaya, and so it's Nazaya and Janaya. Okay, so let me put Nazaya, NA hyphen ZIYAH and Janaya, JA hyphen NIYAH. Both missing. Okay, so I'm going to save that. So these are the two young ladies that we're going to talk about, peoples. We're going to really get into these two. So Nazaya and Janaya, and all with a letter of an N and a J. That literally is the difference between their names, peoples. Okay, so I just saved that. Let me go ahead and share my screen a different way. Do it like this. Both 13, both impregnated, and both end up missing. That's amazing, people. That is truly amazing. And see, ain't nobody doing it the way that I'm doing it, people. Nobody. I have not seen not one YouTuber ever connected these two cases. And I know they're totally different, but nobody has ever came on here to speak of both young ladies like Edward Joseph. And see, peoples, that ain't nothing but God. That ain't nothing but God, peoples. Because see, I have an uncanny ability to connect the connects to the connects. And that's just the way that it is, peoples. So let me go ahead and make that as a PDF. And they almost look like twins if you look at them. They almost look like twins, peoples. And it's tragic, peoples. And the reason why I want to do this and stuff is because I want to bring awareness for these young people. These young people, they have to be aware of these things that is going on and that surrounds them. And that they need not go and engage in these type of behaviors, peoples. Okay, so there it is right there. So Naziah and Janiyah. And so let me call up that, let me go back to StreamYard, peoples, and let me call up that PDF file. That's amazing, peoples. And we're going to do a comparison in between the two cases. We're going to really get into that, peoples. And just one letter changes the name of both of them. Okay, there it is right there. So we have Naziah and Janiyah, both 13, and both was pregnant. Man charged in murder and sexual assault of 13-year-old Naziah Harris. Janiyah McMichael missing, 13-year-old. And then if you look at both peoples, they look like twins. They look like twins, peoples. And so we're going to talk about these two young ladies. But today we're focusing upon Janiyah McMichael Peoples, 13 years old. And as it was stated, she was pregnant. But peoples, I got to get over to Costco before they close. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divert from here. I'm going to play an old live for until the time to when I get back. So I don't know how long that'd be, but that's how long it'd be. So, and then we're going to get back into this. I said we're going to get back into this, people. So what I want to do right now, people, is I've already played this live on last night. And so if you guys have saw the live on last night, it was a smash hit again. We're knocking it out the ballpark, people. I mean, it's just juicies of what Edward Joseph is doing. It's incredible, peoples. It's absolutely incredible. And so Uncle Fed, Cussing the Zion, Slay, and all of the others, Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez, Medina, and all the others, they don't have nothing up on Edward Joseph. See, I'll be knocking it out the ballpark, peoples. And so I've already talked about this live right here. And I said that I was going to share this other live. And so I think this is a good time to share it now until I get back. Oh, wow. Okay. And I got a new subscriber. Beautiful Truth. Beautiful Truth. I want you to get with me because, it seems like you are a person who can be very, very helpful to this channel. Beautiful Truth 2. And she subscribed to my channel, peoples. Beautiful Truth 2. And so blessings, Beautiful Truth, to the Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live channel. And it's a wonderful thing, peoples. It's a wonderful thing to be able to get good, wholesome, and new people who is meticulous in thinking and not react in all emotion peoples. Not react with all emotions and take everything so personal. So Beautiful Truth, she just subscribed just 39 minutes ago. Thank you for subscribing to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. We're going to get into this. I said that I wanted to go and talk about some new cases and stuff. And so now, as you see, Beautiful Truth, we're definitely going to cover these two cases right here in depth. Naziah and Janiyah. Naziah and Janiyah. And so peoples, I've already made the PDF file. I'm going to go ahead and let me do this right now. I'm going to make a thumbnail out of that. And then I'm going to go to the store real quick, and then we're going to get back and we're going to get into this. And we're going to have a good, wholesome, in-depth look between the two. And we're going to see if we can be able to find the perpetrator of the other person who has gotten Janiyah pregnant, peoples. Because we need to put some spotlight up on him. You know, he needs to be revealed. And so he doesn't impregnate no other young person. He needs to be taken off the street, and he needs to be held accountable for the various things that he has done, people. He has ruined a young lady's life, a young little girl's life, peoples. And so let me go ahead and upload that Naziah and Janiyah. That is that is really some. You guys see how God just works with Edward Joseph, boy. I tell you, it's a beautiful thing. All right, so is it going to come up? There we go. All right. So I'm just going to keep it like that, and then I'm going to add a background to that, and that is just it is what it is. That's where it stands right there. So here, let me go ahead and put my brand on here, so the people can see nobody did it but Edward Joseph. So, you know, I'm going to put my brand down in a corner down here. All right, and then let me go ahead and put my little favorite logo thing on here. Let me see my elements, put my subscribe button. Ever since I saw this, people, so I said, you know, I love this. I love this. So, and I'm going to be using it ever since. So we're just going to put down here, subscribe, and then we're going to put down here my like button as well. All right, put my like over here. Shrink that down a little bit. Okay, don't cover that, so we got to go back. There we go. All right, so let's add a page, and then let's shrink this down. Put my like up there. All right. Put it like that, and bingo to the bingo. That's it right there. All right. I don't need to put nothing else because that's already says what it says and things. Let me put a background to that and stuff. And let me see. Let me go back to that background. No. Put that back there. There we go. All right. Let me go to my backgrounds, to my backgrounds, to my in the backgrounds. All right, so let's see elements. All right, we're gonna put this background on there. I like that. Replace background. Yep, and we're just gonna do it just like that, just to give it a little bit of fanfare there. All right, so then we're going to go ahead and download this. And this is going to be my next topic of discussion right here. Naziah and Janiah. So let me download this. All right, so there it is right there. So let me title it. Let me find the location of where this is. There it is right there. And then let me put down, let me copy this. Let me put it as a title right here. Okay, both missing thumbnail. All right, cool. So I got that. And so I want to make sure that that is in my downloads. So let me put in my downloads. Okay, it's already there. Cool. Okay, so I got that. So everything is good. So cool. So that's what we're going to be talking about, peoples. When I get back, we're going to get back up on Janiah McMichaels. We're going to learn a little bit more about this case, about this missing 13-year-old girl who was impregnated by someone. And don't understand why she's missing, peoples, but we can only assume why is that the perpetrator doesn't want to be caught, and whoever did this heinous crime up against this young lady, they don't want to be caught. They don't want to be held accountable for their actions, peoples. And so, it's sad, but the thing is, peoples, we have to continue to keep talking about this. We have to continue to keep bringing awareness to these cases, whether the people want to do it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you accept it or not. We have to be diligent, and we have to continue to keep bringing awareness to these cases because the people need to know. And not only do these young people need to know, but these parents need to know. All of these people need to know, and everybody needs to be engaged as well. It's all right, peoples, because see, this thing is, peoples, there are similarities in this case as it is with the Kanika Jenkins case. There's similarities, peoples. One of the similarities is, just like I told you, Lenora had stated that she had texted Kanika Jenkins. And then she didn't have no more contact after that. Well, just like the young lady said, Janiah's mother had texted her, and after which she didn't have no more contact with her. Really? It's amazing to me, peoples, how you can be so preoccupied in your life that you don't recognize or remember when the last time you seen your child. You should know that if your child is pregnant, you already know because you had kids. She has, and so she had more than 2 babies, because the young lady says she had siblings, plural with an S, mean more than one. So we can easily assume that this lady had at least 3 kids or more. And so if you couldn't deal with the kids, well, why are you sitting here having babies? If you couldn't deal with the kids. And so I want to dive in a little deeper. I want to see grandma. I want to see mama. I want to see daddy. I want to see the other siblings, peoples. I want to get a good, wholesome understanding as to how this could have happened, peoples. Who is Janiyah McMichael? And why, in God's name, did the people do the various things to this young lady? We're going to get into that, peoples. But right now, I got to make a store run. So I'm going to go and piggyback up on a live that I had did and stuff until I get back. And then we're going to get back into this particular case on today, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right. So let me share my screen, peoples. Let me share my screen. And so, peoples, what I want to do now is I want to go back to a live that I did on the Kenneka Jenkins case. And I want to go with a live that I stated that I was going to play the other day, but let me see here if I can remember which one it was. Yeah, Kenneka Jenkins, why the setup? Kenneka Jenkins, why the setup? What they did to me. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit, peoples. You know, I'm going to fast forward a little bit. And I want to bring it to a certain part of the live. Okay, so I think I want to, let me see. Okay, I think I'm going to start it about right here, peoples. And then we'll go from there. So, peoples, I'll be back. Let's go. You heard what Irene said, right? Help me to make that make sense, peoples. Let's listen in. Let's go.
This was my plan to leave her sleep so she could, because Gregory was gone. So I said, leave her right there. I said, leave her right there sleep because Gregory gone. So who the fuck gonna drive y'all home? That's not safe to drive drunk.
She said that Gregory was gone. Leave her there because it's not safe to drive home. She said, leave her there. Let her sleep. Gregory was gone, and it's not safe to drive home, which is indicative of the fact that what she's saying is Kenneka was laying on the bed. So if Kenneka was laying on the bed, well, then help me to make this make sense, peoples. How in the hell did Kenneka Jenkins ever get to TY's live and Kenneka Jenkins was drunk? How? How did she get to TY's live and Kenneka Jenkins was drunk?
She was asleep. Monique wanted to go because I played the op-ed song, I guess. Whatever the fuck the case may be, they wanted to go. But
you know she was drunk. So all that they trying to say she ain't drunk and she only had a cup. Monique wake up a drunk person and take them out the room. Monique saying she only had a cup. How she only had a cup? She was stumbling. She's stumbling.
And then for a motherfucker to be saying at the end, I left the hotel. On my son, I stayed in the hotel room and sat there for hours. I swear to God, for hours till 6 o'clock to make sure she come back and knock on the door. She never came. Everybody left.
So wait a minute, peoples. Wait 1 minute. This brings up on a whole new look upon this case, and this just hit me by seeing this right now. Irene said that Kenneka was laying in the bed and she was asleep. Bree was gone. And so if Bree was gone, who had the keys? Because Bree was supposed to have had the car and the keys. Because remember, Bree had texted Kanika to let her know that she was on her way back to the establishment wherever she went, because she had the keys to the car. And that's in the case files. But Kanika never responded back to Bree. Bree texted twice to let her know that she was on her way back to the establishment. And when Bree came back, Kanika was missing. But wait a minute. Wait 1 minute, peoples. Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. You heard what Irene just said. Irene said that Kanika was laying on the bed drunk. And that Monifa said that she only had 1 cup. So is everybody monitoring what Kanika drinks, peoples? Is everybody, why is everybody so worried and monitoring what Kanika drinks? And everybody was drinking. We seen Monifa had a cup. We seen Bree had a cup. We seen Kanika had a cup because she was in the bathroom with Monifa and Shemaya. We never seen Shemaya drinking. Matter of fact, we never seen Shemaya. Other than the time to when she was in the bathroom, and that was it. And the time to when she was in TY's live and she was sitting on the bed. So the thing is, peoples, Irene's live had to happen before TY's live, because Irene said Kanika was laying on the bed sleep, which is indicative of the fact that Kanika was in Irene's live sleep, which is indicative of the fact, people, is that Kanika could not have went to TY's live. Because I asked the question many times over, get Kanika out of Irene's live, and no other YouTuber can ever do that. I said no other YouTuber could ever do that, peoples. They couldn't get Kanika out of Irene's live. So, based upon what Irene had said, Kanika was in her live, and Kanika was laying on the bed sleep. And so if Kanika is in Irene's live and Kanika is laying on the bed sleep, that is indicative of the fact, people, is that Kanika wasn't going to wake up and go to TY's live. She was asleep. And we never seen Kanika in TY's live, because the girl who played Kanika in TY's live was not Kanika. Because Irene had already told you Kanika was asleep. So Kanika was asleep, peoples. How in the hell could Kanika get up and go walk some halls in an establishment, peoples? And she was asleep. That doesn't make no sense. And so this is the key bingo moment right here, peoples, that we just caught. And it just caught my attention just now what Irene had said. Irene had said Kanika was laying on the bed sleep. And that Bree was gone. That's what she said, peoples. I can't make this up. That is exactly what she said, peoples. And so because Kanika was in Irene's live sleep, well, then that changes everything that everybody ever thought about this case, peoples. Changes everything. You can't sit here and say, people, with certainty that Kanika ever walked the halls of that establishment when Irene had just told you that she was in her live sleep and that Bree was gone. She told you. And that's the bingo moment right there, peoples. All right, peoples, I got to get out of here. I'm sitting here. I'm talking way too much. I got to go. I'll be back. We're going to get back into the case of Janiyah. Peoples. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen and let's get back into this live, peoples. Let's go.
I left. Everybody. I inboxed Monique, still got the inbox to this day. Did y'all find her? Fuck. No response. Fuck up out of here. That's how we knew to come back up to the hotel. I said Kanika didn't fuck with you, Mariah. So why is she hanging with you? And she know this. She know this for a fact. And you know this for a fact. You know that you was messing with Rico. You was messing with Rico, and y'all both messing with Rico, so y'all ain't fuck with each other. So the loyalty runs with your friend. I'm not trying to hear all that. Y'all wasn't into it, all that. She ain't got no business with you, period. Monifa knew what the fuck was going on. Just like when Mook was finna fight you, Kanika was out there finna help, and Monifa said she finna stab motherfuckers. What? The loyalty runs with my friend. I ain't saying I'm into it with y'all, but I never fuck with y'all because she didn't. Why the fuck? I'm confused. I don't know. I can't tell y'all how the fuck did she run off and she was in the hallway. I wasn't with them. That's why I'm saying I don't know how to point the finger got to me and all this. I just don't know because I don't know. You know how I got to you. Maya Monifa went on 13 line said that you left Kanika when they ass left her. And yeah, that's how the thing got on you. They left her. It ain't take two for her. It's not one person. Y'all don't even know where y'all left her at the hallway or the lobby. Which one is to make y'all story up? Y'all can't even stick with the right story. Y'all run. Y'all in the lobby. You come right back here, right after you left out. Right, you say.
You hear what they're saying, right? They don't know whether they left her in the hallway or the lobby. Well, how could they not know whether they left her in the hallway or the lobby when she just said that Monifa came in and said Kanika's missing? So obviously they couldn't have left her in the lobby, because if they just left out and came right back in, that's indicative of the fact that you just left out the room, came right back in and said Kanika's missing. So they couldn't have left her in the lobby. They couldn't have left her in the lobby. So people help me to make this make sense. You guys are not helping making this make sense. When was Kanika Jenkins ever in TY's live? Because according to them, she came up missing in Irene's live. She couldn't have never been in TY's live. And then, according to Irene, she said that Kanika was supposed to come up missing before 2. But then several hours later, it was almost 3 o'clock. That's what she said. So what happened between almost 2 and then almost 3 o'clock, several hours later? Because several hours later, we're supposed to see the fake Irene in TY's live. But yet she was never had left her room. So she never left her room. How in the hell could she be in TY's live? Oh my God, people, I'm tearing this thing up tonight. You guys ain't listening to me. I'm tearing this thing up. So, and you guys ain't even helping me. You supposed to know this case. So if she ain't never left the room, peoples, how in the hell could she be in TY's live? That's exactly my point, Cold Pepsi. That's exactly my point. So my question is, how in the hell could you guys sit here and definitively say Kanika was here, Kanika was there, Kanika was here, when they changed their story so many times? How could you say that? You can't. Yeah, Mariah is the girl who's supposed to have been Rico's girlfriend. So help me to make this make sense. So what the hell is these other content creators talking about? Because they're stupid. They're sitting up here talking about this, and this. They can't even put a narrative together because they can't put a timeline together. Because what? All of these people were lying. And why were they lying? Because everybody was involved. Oh my God, people, you guys are so goddamn stupid. It's incredible. But you're the one who's saying this, not me. You did this. And I just gave you the timeline as to what she gave. How could Kanika Jenkins be in TY's live and she's supposed to be laying drunk in the room in Irene's live? How could Kanika Jenkins be in TY's live and she's supposed to have been missing, staggering drunk off of one cup? How? Oh, so now you guys are not going to say nothing? Y'all sit into all of these channels, y'all be chiming out and stuff. Why y'all can't say nothing now? It's amazing to me, peoples. You go back over the video and they're telling you, they're giving you these times and things. They're explaining to you what's supposed to have happened, and then the stupid people go back and say something different. That Irene and the girls in the background was putting out the truth, then why are these other content creators making an ass of themselves? Because they're making an ass of themselves. They're stupid. Help me to make that make sense. How in the hell could Kanika Jenkins be in TY's live and she's supposed to have come up missing in Irene's live? And then how could Irene be in TY's live when she clearly told you that she never left the room? I mean, help me to make that make sense, peoples. See, the thing is, it's one thing to go on to another content creator, agree with them on every goddamn thing that they're saying, come over here and then try to butter me up. I don't need buttering up. I need you to be real. I need you to be real. I need you to chime out. I need you to tell me, help me to make this make sense. Because the stupid people who you guys are listening to is so goddamn stupid. They've been saying this madness for all of this time. Now I just debunked their ass. She just told you. She just told you. How in the hell could Kanika Jenkins be in TY's live And she was supposed to be in Irene's life drunk off of 1 cup. And you heard the girl say that she was laying on me twice in the video. You heard Irene said that Monifa had got Kanika Jenkins off the bed and left her in the hall. And it wasn't even 2 o'clock yet. So if it wasn't even 2 o'clock yet, that tells you that all of this video, hilarious and nefarious footage, is bullshit. She couldn't have never been in the halls because that video footage doesn't line up with what she is saying. And if you believe her, you can't believe this video bullshit. You can't believe none of that because it wasn't Kanika. And if you can't believe none of that, then you can't not believe none of these other YouTubers who's talking about this shit and believe the case files, because the case files is predicated upon the video. And she just told you. So if you're going to believe her, and you're sitting over there agreeing with these other YouTubers, you're stupid. You are goddamn stupid. You can't have it both ways. You can't sit here and say that, oh yeah, I agree with her, but then go run over to this channel, or I agree with you, run over to this channel, or I agree with you, run over to this channel, or I agree with you. God damn it. You can't do that. You're stupid. Because what she is telling you ain't jiving with what this video, hilarious and nefarious bullshit, say. Whoever is talking about this case, Mr. Custom Design, because Irene had just told you. Irene just told you Kanika Jenkins could not ever been in TY's live. And whoever has been talking about that and going off of the stupid case files is stupid. Now, if you do it, then you're stupid. If you wasn't doing it, then you ain't got nothing to say. No, I don't better need to do nothing. Don't come up in here and act an ass, sir, because I will kick your ass out of here. I just told you what I said. I said, if your ass was the one who was spreading all of this stupid mantra, then I'm talking to you. Because if you are the one who's sitting here saying that Kanika Jenkins was in TY's live, then I'm talking to you. Then you're stupid. But if you wasn't the one who was saying that, then you ain't got shit to say. Irene just made it clear. Irene just told you. How in the hell could Kanika Jenkins ever be walking the halls of that establishment? Or how could Kanika Jenkins ever be in TY's live? And Irene just told you, and her sister just told you, she was laying on the bed drunk, and Monifa had went and got her and took her to the hall. She was not in the front lobby, because you can't be in the front lobby and you just come right back in saying Kanika's missing. And then how in the hell could Kanika Jenkins be missing? Because you just heard what Irene said. Irene said that Kanika Jenkins came up missing before 2 o'clock. That's what she said. She said it ain't even been 2 o'clock yet and Kanika's missing. So if they come in at 1:13, according to the video footage, then before 2 o'clock, Kanika was supposed to have texted somebody and said, look, I'm ready to go. But yet she's going to stay there. She's going to get drunk. She's going to lay down.
She gets picked up by Monifa out to the hallway. And then she comes up. She's supposed to say, oh, well, you know, I left my keys and I left my phone. Could you go back in there and get it? So Monifa and Shamaya supposed to went back in the room to get Kanika's keys and phone. And then all of a sudden, Kanika go wander off. I mean, come on, people. That is bullshit. It's bullshit. And if you're one who was saying that shit, then I'm talking about you. You're stupid. You're stupid because you can't have it both ways. If Irene is telling the truth, then all of these stupid people were spreading this false mantra because Irene has told you something totally different than what all of you YouTubers were saying forever and a day. Kanika Jenkins could have never been in TY's live if she came up missing out of Irene's live. And then Irene just told you it was 2 hours later. It was 2 hours later, so it was almost 3 o'clock. So wait a minute, Irene. So if Kanika Jenkins came up missing almost 2 o'clock and it was 2 hours later and it's almost 3 o'clock, how could that be? Because that still doesn't add up. 2 hours from almost 2 o'clock would be almost 4 o'clock, not almost 3 o'clock. And then if Monifa came and got her off the bed, then how in the hell could she be in the front lobby? And Monifa just got her off the bed and took her to the hall. I didn't say Custom Design said that. I said that if he was the one who said that, then I'm calling him stupid. So you guys need to listen. It's very important to listen, people. It's very important to listen. Listen to what I'm saying. I said what Irene is saying is not in the case files because it doesn't match up what the case file said. You say, but I do someone that does stick on the case files, not calling any names. I don't understand what you're saying. Nobody has ever mentioned anything about custom designs. So I don't know what you're saying, Pepsi. I said that if he was the one who was saying that mantra, then I will call him stupid because that is not in the case files. That's not going with what Irene said. So you said that Irene is true. So if Irene is true, then right. Okay. So again, let me reiterate what I said, peoples. And I hope you guys have followed by everything that I had said earlier. I said again, Irene had just told you, if you ever heard her, she told you Kanika Jenkins came up missing before 2 o'clock. That's what she said. Again, Irene had said that Irene had said that Kanika came up missing before 2 o'clock. That's what she said, right? Kanika came up missing before 2 o'clock. That's what she said. Then she goes on to say that Monifa was not invited. Then she goes on and say that almost 2 hours later, and it's almost 3 o'clock. So I'm like, well, okay, so where did the 2 hours later come in at? Which is indicative of the fact that Kanika couldn't have never been in TY's live. Kanika Jenkins couldn't have ever been in any of this video footage. Kanika Jenkins has never walked the halls of that establishment, which is what I have been saying ever since I've been on YouTube, straight up. And I'm saying that for the people who's been spreading this stupid mantra, they're stupid. Because in the case files, it says that one of the detectives had stated that Kanika was supposed to have been staggering near the front lobby desk. That's what it said in the case files. Well, if that be the case, then how could that be when you just heard Irene say that Kanika came up missing before 2 o'clock? But on the video footage, it says that Kanika had got off the elevator at 2:25. But then in another video, it says that Kanika Jenkins got out the elevator about 3:25 or something. And that the kids were supposed to have called Teresa Martin. So all of this fuckery is going on. It's the setup, is what I've been trying to tell you guys. So all of this is not in the case files for what Irene is telling you. And so who best knows than the person who was there? Irene, right? So if Irene is right and the case files is in all of what she's saying is not in the case files, then why in the hell are you going with the case files? Because the case files is fuckery. It doesn't make no sense. It's what I've been trying to tell you guys for the longest time. I don't go by case files. I go by what they say, because what they say will give you a good, wholesome, and true depiction, or not depiction, but true, accurate account according to them. They were there. They give you the account. You go by what they say. Hell with the case files, because the case files only represent that of what's in the video. And if the video ain't right, the case files ain't right. So how in the hell are you ever going to solve this case by case files when the case files is hilarious and nefarious in itself? You can't. You can't. Because she's sitting here telling you what happened. And all of this shit that she's telling you, it ain't representative in the case files. And again, let me say this for the record. If everybody was involved, how in the fuck do you think that these kids is going to sit here and tell you the goddamn truth? They're not. Because if everybody's got a hand in it, guess what? Every goddamn body is going to lie. And everybody is lying. How the fuck are you going to sit here and go buy some case files? No, I get what you're saying, Customs. I get it. I get what you're saying. But again, you guys do that to reference what the best scenario will be determined. I get that. I get it. But again, that doesn't work for me, is what I'm saying. Because again, if she's telling you, and this is not referencing what we see, then what is the case files is going to tell me? I see what you're saying. You look at the case files, you compare the case files to that of what they said to that of what you see. Okay, I get that. And I'm telling you, I don't do that. It's no reason for me to do that because it's fuckery at its finest. I mean, the case files can't tell me no more than what they're already telling me themselves. And for what they're telling me, for what this young lady is telling me, I believe it to be true. Because again, I look at it like this. Why would Irene go down to the Chicago police station to give a statement if she really knew anything about this? No person who in their right mind will go down to the Chicago police station and give a statement like that if she was a part of this case. But that's good, and I'm glad. I'm glad that you guys are using the case files to reference and to showcase their lies. I'm using their own videos to showcase their lies. So you guys do what you do, I do what I do, and this is how I do it. Because I don't need to reference case files to showcase that they're lying. You can show, you can tell that they're lying. Right. They put her address on the internet. And why did they put her address on the internet? Because what? She was telling the truth. She was telling the truth. That's why they put her address on there. Yeah, she was being threatened as well. Exactly. But it still doesn't negate the fact that well, she is on national TV making a live and telling you what happened to Kanika. And so we don't know what she said. Oh, she could have came down there to the police station, said, okay, well, these people, we don't know. You don't know what she said. I don't know what she said. We don't know what she said. She came down there because the complaint for her address being on the internet and things, but then again, we don't know what she said to the Chicago Police Department. So to sit here and say that, okay, well, yeah, she was threatened. It was this, it was that. Well, they're going to say, well, why was you threatened? Well, because I was talking about the Kanika Jenkins case. So then, yeah, I believe that she went on and said something. I mean, that would be stupid to go down to the police department and say, okay, well, I'm being threatened because I'm talking about this case, and then not tell them what she believes had happened. Help me to make that make sense, people. What sense does that make? Her address is being posted upon the internet. She's being threatened. She goes down to the police station. What do you think that they're going to ask her? Well, why are you being threatened? Well, because of this case. Well, what about the case? Well, this is what happened. And then she goes and tells them what happened. So again, peoples, if what I am saying, if that affects you, well, then I'm talking about you. And if it doesn't affect you, well, then I'm not talking about you. If you're not the one who is going by and believing all of this hilarious and nefarious stuff, then I'm not talking about you. But if you are the one who believes in all of this hilarious and nefarious madness, well, then yes, I am directly talking about you. Directly talking about you. And again, I don't reference case files to pick out, to find out, to choose whether they're lying or not. I can see by the video itself. So whatever you do is what you do. But Edward Joseph don't do that. I look at the video and I call it out for what I see, for what they say. I don't need to reference case files to pick out whether they're lying or not. I can already tell you that they're lying. I can already tell you all of them are lying. And I've been saying this since day one, since I've been on YouTube. Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That's what I said. Since I've been on YouTube, I've never changed that. I never wavered from that. I didn't even have to reference the case files to say that. Because I knew it was bullshit. I knew that they were lying. Well, that's exactly my point, Coke Pepsi. And I said that this is the reason of my life. This is the reason of my life. Kanika Jenkins, why the setup? What they did to me. That is exactly why I am doing this live, because it was a setup. It was a setup. And all of these people knew. The police knew. The establishment knew. The uppers knew. The kids knew. Everybody knew. It was a setup. That ain't no mystery. That's the whole point. That's what I'm trying to get to the stupid people who don't want to listen. The stupid people. It's bigger than the kids. The kids only did what they did. This shit is bigger than them. It's bigger than them. And the stupid people don't recognize that. Everybody wants to sit here and run down what the kids said, what the kids did, and this and that and the other. Peoples, again, first of all, why Kanika? Second of all, why at the Crown Plaza? Third of all, who had the muscle and who had the money to pull all of this shit on? You got to think about that. The kids didn't have no money. They didn't have no muscle. They didn't have no brain power. They didn't have the smarts to put all of this stuff together. That's stupid. It's stupid. And then you want to say that Kanika Jenkins was brought into the establishment dead? Well, if she was brought into the establishment dead, then what the fuck are you arguing about? Because the case files is hilarious and nefarious, because the case files only reference that of what is being depicted or being shown in the video. That's stupid. It's no case. If a dead girl is brought into the establishment, how in the fuck can a dead girl walk the halls of that establishment? How could a dead girl be in Irene's live and TY's live? That's so goddamn stupid. She's telling you Kanika Jenkins was there. She's telling you she was at a party. She's telling you she was in a room with her. So how in the fuck could Kanika Jenkins be brought into the establishment dead when she's telling you that she was there. That's stupid. Boy, you guys don't fucking listen. You guys don't fucking listen. Irene just told you Kenneka Jenkins was there. Irene just told you Kenneka Jenkins was in the room with her. You heard her sister saying she was laying on me, and Monifa had came in and picked her up and took her to the hallway. That's what she said. So that is indicative of the fact that Kenneka was alive. That's what she said. That's exactly what I'm saying, Co-Pepsi. Whatever happened at that party at the Crown Plaza, it happened at the Crown Plaza. That's what happened. So from the time to when Kenneka got out the room, she doesn't know nothing else. But the ones who do know everything else is Monifa, Shamaya, Bree, the gang members, TM, James Coleman, Carl Nesbitt. They're the ones who know. When Kenneka came out of the room, that was all Irene knew. But everybody else knew what happened to Kenneka. And so all of this hilarious and nefarious video footage, it don't make no shit. It don't make no difference. I don't give a fuck about the goddamn video footage because the video footage ain't depicting what really happened to Kenneka. It don't tell you shit. So you can sit here and say, well, I don't know what happened to Kenneka, but I know what didn't happen to her. God damn it, you don't know what happened to Kenneka. And you don't know what didn't happen to Kenneka. Because you don't know shit. You don't have the video footage. You don't know it. You don't know shit. All you can do is speculate. Sit on your goddamn live, all in your feelings, and cuss up a storm. And don't make no goddamn sense. Because your stupid ass said that she was brought in dead. If she was brought in dead, then every goddamn thing that you had said after that is null and void. It is no need to speak or say anything else to you because nothing else makes any sense. If she's dead, she's dead. And if she's dead, then Irene must be lying. If she's dead, then shit, Monifa is lying. If she's dead, then Shamaya is lying. If she's dead, then Bree is lying. If she's dead, then every goddamn YouTuber that ever talked about this case is lying. Because how in the fuck can a dead person walk the halls of that establishment? Be in TY's live, be in Irene's live, be caught in the front lobby staggering. Because that shit was in the case files. So when you believe that Kenneka Jenkins was brought into the establishment dead, you stupid. You are goddamn stupid. And I'm going to call you stupid because you're stupid because nothing else what you say will ever, goddamn it, make any sense. Because a fucking dead girl cannot walk. A fucking dead girl cannot do anything. Your ass wasn't even there. This girl was there. This girl is telling you what happened to Kenneka. But once she was taken out the room, that's all that she knew. You don't know anything else because your ass wasn't even there. So how the fuck are you going to say anything to anybody when your stupid ass was the one who said she was brought into the establishment dead? I mean, that help me to make that make sense, people. You want to sit here and argue with people, and your stupid ass don't even know what the fuck you talking about. She knew more than you. Yeah, she lied. Everybody lied. She sure did. She lied. But I do believe her when she said that Kanika was there alive in the room. It's just that how are you going to sit here and exegese anything about this goddamn case and everybody lied? So what the fuck you talking about? How the fuck you going to sit on your channel and say, oh, well, we got the facts. We got the facts. We can tell you every goddamn thing and everybody lied. You stupid. You guys sit over there. Oh, well, we got facts. We're trying to help everybody and stuff. But everybody lied. Sucker, so what the fuck you talking about? You sitting here believing all of these liars. You sitting here believing all of these goddamn case files and shit. How the fuck are you ever going to try to find out or figure out anything? You sitting up here looking at all of this bullshit that is a lie. All of these goddamn case files is a lie. Everybody lied. So what the fuck you talking about? You're stupid. Y'all sit up here. We got the facts. We're trying to help everybody. We go to channel to channel. We try to help everybody. I don't need your fucking help. God is my help. Everything that I needed, I found out from these videos. I never said that you believed the case files. So what the fuck are you talking about? Yes, Nosy Bug. You're the fucking clown. You and your T-Slate girl, you guys the fucking clowns. So you can get the fuck out of here, sir. Take your little ass on, go back to your channel. See, this is the shit that I'm talking about, you know? You can't help it when the truth is being revealed. You can't help it. You all into your fucking feelings, sucker. So take your ass back onto your own little channel and say, I don't need you. You and your sucker T-Slate, y'all can go and ride up the goddamn mountain slope and fall off the goddamn cliff. You're stupid. You and all of these other stupid ass motherfucking YouTubers. Again, peoples, as I stated before, how in the fuck did this girl T-Slate said, well, I believe that she was brought into the establishment. She was dead before she got there. How if Kanika Jenkins was fucking dead before she was ever brought to the Crown Plaza, then none of this shit makes no goddamn sense. It doesn't make no sense. She's stupid. Nosy Bug, I have sat on here on this channel. No. I'm not angry about him giving his narrative, Vicky Davis. But when the sucker wants to sit up here and call me a clown, well, then now you're ramping it up to a whole different level. That's what I'm saying. I don't have a problem in him giving his narrative. But now when you want to ramp it up and start with all of this hilarious and nefarious bullshit, now I would just politely kick his ass out of here. Now, how about that? Now that ain't no opinion. That's a goddamn fact. Now, if the motherfucker can come up in here and speak his piece and things and be respectful, then we don't have no problem. But when the sucker want to sit up here and call people clowns and stuff, then I'm gonna clown his ass right out of his ear. Now, how about that? Now, what the fuck you guys got to say? All right, now let me block his ass. Now, sucker, clown, stay your ass out of here. Now, anybody else? Anybody else want to clown? Anybody else got any fucking thing to say? It's too late, Vicky Davis. I blocked his ass. I blocked that clown. See, that's the one thing about Customs Design. The sucker, he gets all up in his drawers. He gets all up in his panties because he doesn't like it when people talk about the case and things. He gets so worked up and riled up and stuff. See, that's why I say, you know, I can't have people like that in here. Now, when I'm calling people stupid, I said that if that refers to you, then that refers to you. If it refers to you, then I'm talking about you. I'm up here talking in general. I'm up here just speaking my piece, telling you what my narrative is and stuff. Nobody asked his ass to come in. Nobody asked his ass to go and get his drawers up in his ass. I said, come in, help me to make this make sense. But see, instead of helping to make this make sense and things, he wants to go and act all an ass. So I told you, you act the ass in here, I'm gonna block your ass. Get your ass out of here. I don't need you. I don't need him. I don't need T Slay. I don't need his narrative. I think they're stupid. And that's how I feel about it. Now, if any of you got anything to say, let me block your ass now. This is my goddamn channel. I say what the fuck I want to say. If you guys can't come in here and talk about the case without getting your panties and your drawers all up, stuck up your ass, then get the fuck out of here. Because I don't need you. I never asked you to come in and talk about this shit. If you're gonna talk about it, talk about it. But get the fuck out your feelings. Well, Coke Pepsi, I gave the brother the respect, but you see, the motherfucker couldn't come in and do right, so now his ass is blocked. He does that shit all the time. Custom Designs is a sucker. He's a straight sucker. He can't take it when people literally talk about this case and show his ass up. He can't take it. Now I see why Casey O'Vera gets on his ass big time. He's a sucker. Niggas can't talk about the case and stand up and defend their narrative. So you know what I do? I get the suckers out of here. But again, people, like I said before, if Kanika Jenkins was ever brought to that establishment dead, then none of this shit would make sense. TY's live, Irene's live, the walking of the halls, anything. It won't make no sense because the girl is dead. If the girl is dead and she's brought into the establishment, tell me how in the hell does this video footage apply to anything and she's dead? How? She's dead. This whole case is surrounded around Kanika Jenkins. And if Kanika Jenkins is dead in the brought to the establishment, then what in the fuck is the case file is going to say? Why go and interview the kids and things? That doesn't make no sense to me. Why go through the whole shebang of staging the scene of her supposed to be walking the halls of that establishment, going and have Irene's live and TY's live proclaiming that Kanika Jenkins was there and she wasn't never there because she was dead. Oh, you talking about T Slay? You said T Slay be on everybody like she knows and she don't. If she knew all this case would be solved, well, you're exactly right, Cole Pepsi. She cursed up a storm. She's all into her feelings. She keeps changing her narrative every time you look around. And I'm like, well, goddamn. No, she's talking about T Slay. See, people, the thing is this. I don't use case files. I never did. Never had to. So however you do your thing is how you do your thing. I don't have to do that. Cold Pepsi. So for the record, who are you talking about when you said that? So Nosy Bug, obviously she ain't saying that. But anyway, like I was saying, peoples,
I never did have to reference the case files to talk about this case. And I never did. As you guys seen on tonight, and I had so much to go and stuff. Now I got distracted and talking and dealing with all of this bullshit. You know, my thing is this, people. If you guys can't come in and be respectful and talk about the case, then let me just block your ass right now. Now, again, I'm on my channel. I talk and I say that you're stupid. Now, if me saying you're stupid, if that refers to you, then I'm talking about you. But if it doesn't refer to you, then it ain't no reason whatsoever for you to ever chime out. No reason. But see, it must refer to him because he chimed out. So he must have been feeling some type of way. You know, he must have been feeling some type of way, peoples, because he chimed out. And the nigga didn't have to say anything. All he had to do is just keep his fucking mouth shut. Or just, you know, go and say what he said. But when he ramped it up, then his ass had to get out of here. And so, again, people, like I said, Irene had told you. She told you herself what has happened. Now, she's got some things that she needs to clarify because some of the times that she has given is 2 different times. And I've shown you that. So now let's go ahead and listen in to further of what Irene had to say.
You don't need me. I can't tell y'all shit. I'm telling y'all I don't know. I'm honestly telling y'all I don't know. All the fuck I did was have a party with my friend. She the one actually on my son. I was not gonna have this party. She ran. It's your birthday. Everybody who ever know me know I get high and ride around all night till the sun roll up. That's what the fuck I was gonna do. She ran. Don't do it because you do that all the time. It's your 21st birthday. You might as well have a party. You might as well. I had the fucking party. She asked me, can Monifa come? No, I never knew shit about no movie theater. None of that was mentioned to me because we've been planning this shit for months ago. Months. This shit been happening. Been. And you know she called me. She the one went to go get the.
So who said can Monifa come? Who asked Irene can Monifa come? Because Irene never specified who had asked her if Monifa can come. What was it, Kanika? Who asked Irene?
And it don't matter who wrote mine. You up here trying to take up for Monifa because she your friend. I don't give no fuck what you talking about. You sound stupid. She right. It don't matter. It don't matter who wrote who. It don't matter at all. You supposed to make sure your friend's safe, and that's what the fuck I did till she left the room with the people she was going with. She's supposed to handle that after that because they was gone. I was told they was going home, and that's what the fuck was supposed to happen. She was supposed to go home. I made my part. That was it. Y'all came with each other, y'all supposed to left each other, but y'all left just 2 of y'all instead of the 3 of y'all. Stop that.
And y'all sound dumb. Why would a whole group, if it's already 50 motherfuckers going through the hotel to go search and go look for her, why would y'all leave the room? Why did she come back to the room and nobody's in the room? We did, right? Split it up. Some stay in the room, some go look for her. Y'all can't tell us how to move. Y'all sound dumb as hell up under here.
And then when the search party went on, everybody, okay, the party was over with. It's my people of Western Health. And Monifa and them went, and I stayed in the room just in case she come back. Ain't no point in everybody leave. She come back, she drunk the cascade. The motherfucker gotta be. Ain't no motherfucker gonna touch me, but I'm tired of Monifa on this bitch portraying the image. Monifa, you on this bitch portraying the image like it's you. It ain't you. It's me. You. And then y'all went up there And then you went up on 13 and said, what the fuck she tell him?
Told them you left her in the hallway.
Yeah, I left her in the hallway. You had her.
So now we see, all right. So now we see where the 13th floor come in. The 13th floor, right? Now we see where the 13th floor come in. So help me to make this make sense. If Kanika had asked Irene, can Monifa come? Then Kanika already knew. See, this is where it gets a little crazy here, because a lot of people had said that well, she just said the 13th floor. So what happened on the 13th floor? Because why would Irene say the 13th floor? And then if Kanika was to know that the party, they were going to a party and not to a movie, then why would she ask Irene if Monifa can come? What are you talking about, Coke Pepsi? Didn't nobody delete your comment? I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing on the screen to where anybody had deleted your comment. Show me anywhere on here to where somebody deleted your comment, because if somebody deleted your comment, it would have shown up that your comment has been deleted. Nobody deleted your comment. So please, Coke Pepsi, don't start this bullshit. I understand that you with customs and things, and you guys are kicking it or whatever and stuff, but don't start this bullshit. I don't play stupid shit like that. It ain't no reason for me. I'm the admin here. Vicky Davis did not block your comment. I didn't block your comment. Didn't nobody block your comment. So don't start that shit. So whatever has gone on between me and customs, that's between me and customs. But don't ramp that shit up. Because I'm not gonna play stupid shit with you or anybody else. Now, see, people, this is how it goes. I get into it with a channel holder and stuff. Now everybody else wants to act nefarious and crazy and shit. I mean, where do you see on the thing that your comment has been deleted? Nobody has deleted your comment. So don't start that shit. What's going on, Fred? Yeah, she said, Teresa Martin said that the lady said that Kanika was found on the 11th floor. But why would Irene mention the 13th floor? Okay, so I'm going to scroll up, and if your comment was deleted, it would have said deleted. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling up. I'm scrolling up. There's nothing on the timeline that says that your comment has been deleted, because it would have been outlined on here. I'm scrolling all the way up, all the way to the very beginning. This is the very beginning when everybody came in. So where does it say or show that your comment has been deleted? Y'all see anywhere to where it says that Cold Pepsi's comment has been deleted? I don't see anything that says Cold Pepsi's comment has been deleted. Y'all see anything, peoples? I don't see nothing. Right here it says custom designs was blocked. Okay, but there's nothing that says Cold Pepsi comments was deleted. When Nosy Bug, now Cold Pepsi had said that she was talking about Chloe Overa Sanchez Medina and not T Slay. So now you got your response to your question. Well, that's what T Slay said, Fred. T Slay said that Kanika was brought to the hotel dead. And I'm like, well, if she was brought to the hotel dead, then everything that we're talking about is null and void. It doesn't make no sense. All of this would be bullshit. And why are you arguing? Why are you arguing a point when it's a mute point? If Kanika was brought to the establishment dead, then everything that we're talking about wouldn't make no sense. It wouldn't make no sense to have no case files. It wouldn't make no sense to interview no kids and things. She's dead, right? She's dead. That was the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. And not only did she say it, but another content creator had said that. Zach slit her throat. She was brought to the establishment dead. She was killed at another party, and then she was brought to the establishment dead. Go play the live that they did on last night. No, she's not in here. But go play the live that they did. Go play the live that they did last night. I was listening to it. And the stupid woman was saying, oh, well, I believe that there was two parties, and Kanika Jenkins, she got killed in they were trying to figure out where to take her body. But Bree was like, well, I don't want to go to Rosemont with a donut on a tire. But they said, well, we were just going to have to bring her to Crown Plaza. I mean, go listen to the live. It's there. I'm just paraphrasing for what she said, but that was the most stupidest thing I have ever heard. I'm like, you, woman, you are all over the place. And Custom Design just sat back there and just yeah, I'm listening. I'm here. I'm listening. And the more she talked, the more stupid it became. It was just stupid. Yeah, thank you. Eyes can see. Okay, peoples, I am back. I am back from Costco. I had to go get me some water and some other things and stuff, get me some gas. And so, people, let's get back with Janiyah McMichael. I wanted to get back up on this particular topic because this is what the live is about. Janiyah. And so there is a Naziah and there is a Janiyah. And so I wanted to get back up on Janiyah.
We're going to talk about both peoples. We're definitely going to talk about both, and we're going to get into the differences in between the two cases. But the similarities in between the two cases is that they both were 1-3, and they both were pregnant, and they both came up missing. And so, people, let me go ahead and let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, peoples. I want to get back into this. Janaya with a J. I want to get back into this, people. I wanted to get some information as to what is actually going on in this case. Now, this is my first ever hearing about this, and like I say, I haven't seen this before, but it has been brought to my attention. And I wanted to bring awareness to all of these other cases as well, peoples. Not only these two young ladies, but all of the other cases as well that is pertaining to all of these young people being unalived and being taken advantage of by all of these different people. And here's another one right here. Here's another one right here. Serial child rapist denied bond in murder abuse case of 13-year-old Detroit girl. And this just only happened 4 months ago. Oh my God. Let's kind of open up this to see. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is Naziah. Okay. All right. So we've already heard about that. That's Naziah and things. We already heard about that. And then this is still just a playoff on Naziah. But I want to talk about Janaya. And so I wanted to touch bases upon that particular case, Janaya. And so let me go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can find some more information upon the Janaya case. Let me see people's okay. Let's take a look at this here, people. Let's go. Let me share my screen. Huge.
What up? Boy, KC again. Currently out here in Gary, Indiana again, looking for a 13-year-old girl that's been missing since Sunday. This is the mom and she want to tell you a little bit more about her daughter.
My daughter's name is Janiyah McMichael. She's 13 years old. She's about 4 feet tall. She was last seen leaving home off of Virginia Street in Gary, Indiana, around Sunday night. If y'all have any leads, Janiyah, if you see this baby, you can come home. Please come home. That's all we want. We want to know that you're safe and that you are okay. If you don't want to come home to me, reach out to an aunt, reach out to one of your grandmas, cousins, somebody to let us know that you are okay. We want you and we want to come get you, please.
Share this. Don't just let this, don't just watch this. Share this, man. Help us spread the word. Bring her home. This is a real life situation. This ain't no joke. So, you call in with tips, please. It'll be serious tips.
Yes, please.
We don't have time for the games. Share this. Share this. Help us. If you want to help, get out here search. Feel free to inbox me, DM me, call me, 773-983-2808. Need to bring her home now. From Indiana to Illinois, I need everybody on board again with tagging the news stations, radio stations, the governors, the mayors, everybody needs to be on board.
Please, Janiyah, come home. That's all we want. We out here searching and we're not gonna stop until we get you home, baby.
What up?
Okay, peoples. Oh, I don't know who the man is, but the lady is the mother of Janiyah. And already by looking at this little clip here, peoples, my hairs is standing on the back of my neck because I'm kind of like, well, this lady, she is proclaiming to, like really be so sad and crying behind Janiyah's disappearance. But just like TM, this woman hasn't shed not one tear. Literally not one tear. She called herself wiping her face and all like this, but it's just a whole demeanor. There's not one that is representative of a young lady who's missing, a young little 13-year-old who's missing. And, see, people, I look at body language. I look at body language. I read body language a lot. I look at people, I study them and stuff. And not to say that these people are supposed to go ahead and react in the manner to which I think that they should. But the way that this young lady is reacting is so far from me, peoples. It is crazy just how she has reacted. And all of the wiping of the eyes and stuff and the fake tears and things. And I know I'm going to get a lot from a lot of people, a lot of flack and things, because people just think that I'm just way too harsh when I speak up on certain topics and whatnot. But it doesn't really matter to me, people. It's because I'm only just sharing that of what I see. And although you may have a difference in opinion, that's fine. You very well may have a difference in opinion, which is all right with me. But the thing is, with me, I look at body language, and the body language is not telling me that this woman really gave a great big damn about what happened to her daughter. And I'm sure that the more that I'm find out about this case, the more that is going to really piss me off about this. And so people, let's go ahead and let's take a look this live. They said that they have an update as to what the FBI have found. And so let's go ahead and take a look at this to see exactly what they may have found in this particular case. Let's go.
Welcome back to the Strange Bar and Grill. I'm your host, JP. Last month, I posted a video about Janiyah McMichael Rogers, a 13-year-old girl from Gary, Indiana, who went missing under very suspicious circumstances. Since then, I received a flood of comments and emails, some stating that they lived in the Indiana area and they've never even heard of this case, while others expressed their theories and opinions. But recently, I've been getting viewers asking about updates on this case. Now, I don't have a lot of new information on this case, but there is some information, some very important information I wanted to share for those who may not know. And for those new to this case, I'll give a quick 1 to 2 minute summary of my last video, but I recommend watching the full thing in its entirety. I'll leave a link to the first video in the description below. On August 11th, 2024, 13-year-old Janiyah McMichael Rogers went missing after a disagreement with her mother. The following morning, her mother found the front door ajar and Janiyah's absence raised alarms. Janiyah lived with her mother Jasmine and her 5 other siblings in an unstable home with a history of CPS involvement. Reports indicated below standard living conditions and parental alienation. A heated argument about Janiyah's potential pregnancy escalated, prompting her to retreat to her room. When Jasmine allegedly checked on her later, she noticed signs of Janiyah's disappearance. A private investigator that goes by the name of Kevin Collins, aka Casey Bodyguard, uncovered inconsistencies in Jasmine's account, including conflicting statements about Janiyah's social media use and the state of her room. He noticed that blankets were removed from the bed as she did the laundry that day. Jasmine showed little urgency in searching for her daughter. She cared more about police warrants and didn't want to get on TV to plead for her daughter. She didn't want to go out searching for her daughter. It seemed almost like an afterthought. This case raises suspicions of foul play or possible murder, given the toxic home environment. Theories suggest Janiyah may have possibly ran away, but more than likely, it looks like there's some foul play involved here.
Now, see, people, see? And that was my assessment even before I saw this video. That's what my assessment was when I saw that little clip of her mom over here fake crying. Then I said earlier in this live that, you know, this lady had to have more than just a couple of kids. Now we're learning that she has about at least 5 kids. And so now we're learning that Janiyah had an argument with her mom over her pregnancy. And so, from what the narrator is telling us thus far, that this lady had a history of CPS interactions and things when it comes down to her and her babies. There's this woman has a history. And so I wasn't too far off with my assessment, peoples, because I said, and just like I said about TM, you know, this woman didn't show no emotions whatsoever and this fake crying and all like this and stuff. So that led me to believe right out the bat, right out the gate, something's wrong. Something is seriously wrong. And that this woman is disconnected with her child. She's disconnected. And so there you have it, people. So, I mean, you know, there's going to be a lot more that's going to come out in this case, and you're going to hear a lot of people and things and stuff. And so, you know, you're not really going to know what to believe or who to believe. But the only thing I can just say to each and every one of you, follow your gut. Follow your gut, you know. Because as time go by, a lot of stuff is going to be said. And it's easily to be able to assume a lot of stuff, especially when you don't have video footage and whatnot. and you listen to the testimony of the peoples, and everything is conflicting. Well, my simple rule is simply this, peoples. Is simply this. If you're telling the truth in the beginning, there's no need to lie later on. Did you hear what I said? I said, if you are telling the truth in the beginning, it is no need to lie later on. Because if you're telling the truth, well, then the truth stands alone. It needs no help. But if you're going to lie in the beginning, you're going to have to lie in the end as well to cover up the lie that you told in the first place. And so as we dive into this case, peoples, we're going to hear a lot of lies. We're going to hear a whole lot of lies because some people have some things to cover up. But the truth always prevails, people. And so let's listen in to this, peoples. Let's go.
And information, a lot of it's pointing towards the mother and the girlfriend, and they may be involved in her disappearance or possibly a cover-up due to a possible pregnancy, maybe by a family member. This information isn't confirmed yet, but all in all, it's just some real fishy stuff. And I go into way more detail on these red flags and some of this information in my first video, so make sure to watch that first. But with that, let's get into the updates. So finally, after 2 months, FBI is finally involved. Local authorities and the FBI executed a search warrant on October 5th at Jasmine McMichael's residence, where Janiyah was reportedly last seen. The warrant was executed by the Gang Response Investigative Team, a task force located in Northwest Indiana. One thing of note here, that this task force doesn't only focus on gangs, and they will help investigate many other different cases if needed. So no, this doesn't mean that the crime was necessarily somehow gang related. That's just the task force name, but they do investigate other crimes. But the question I have is, why after all this time did they execute this search warrant? What led them to the conclusion to search their home? Are they suspicious of Jasmine, the girlfriend? I just wonder if they think she didn't leave the house alive. Or could it just be standard protocol for a missing persons case? Janiyah was last seen at the home, so that would be the logical starting point for an investigation. In an initial post in August, Gary police referred to Janiyah as a missing person / runaway, but they've recently changed their tune. They believe something more sinister has happened. I wonder what changed their minds. Gary PD stated that they reached out to the FBI and the Department of Child Services immediately. But they really didn't, because it's been 2 months since she's been missing, and the FBI is just now searching the mother's home. The real ones putting in the work have been Kevin Collins, aka Casey Bodyguard, and Pebbles from Missing, Lost, and Trafficked. And they're doing great work spreading the information and getting the story out there. And I don't know them personally, but I'll leave links to their pages and info in the description. So please go out there and support them, because they do all of this work out of their own pockets just to help raise awareness and share these important stories. But getting back to Gary PD, I just find it odd that Gary PD is claiming to be on top of the case from the jump, when it's been the community putting in most of the work. But again, that's just my opinion. And at the time of recording this, there has been no press conference from the mayor or the chief of police on this case. I've also been getting reports of a mysterious group of individuals riding around in a white truck in the Gary, Indiana area. They got flyers and they're asking residents for donations. They're stating that they're affiliated with Gary PD and Janiyah's family, and they are not. They're just using this case to hustle up money, so do not give them money. Dalia Guerrero, the grandmother of Janiyah, has been given custody of Jasmine's other 5 children. The grandmother claims she has been estranged from her daughter Jasmine for a long time now. Matter of fact, Jasmine has been estranged from most of the family. She also claims she hasn't seen Janiyah since April 28th, on her birthday. She believes Janiyah didn't run away from home because it's just not in her character. One thing that stood out to me is that she felt the need to make it a point to mention that Jasmine has been estranged from the family, from the whole family, almost deliberately distancing herself from her daughter Jasmine. And maybe I'm reading too much into things, but that just got my spider senses tingling. Because why would she say that? I think she would use more words of support of her daughter if she felt like everything was on the up and up. Again, that's just my opinion. I also find it interesting that the other 5 children were removed from their home and placed with the grandmother. We already saw that nasty ass house Jasmine kept in the last video I posted, but it makes me wonder if they found something else. Could there be signs of physical abuse? We already know the living conditions were horrible, but it could just be a host of many things we just don't know at this point. But that's all the new information I could find in this case, but I'm hopeful that we'll get answers soon now that the FBI has joined the investigation. The story is finally gaining some traffic in the media, so please share and like this story to activate the YouTube algorithm and get this story out there.
Okay, people, so we're going to see where the links is in the comments. See where the links is and stuff. Where go and watch that particular
On August
live.
11th.
I'm going to see if this is the same thing. No, this is something a little different. And so his live is not really that long when it's talking about this particular case and things. Let me see. But he does provide some interesting commentary to this particular case. I'm glad that the FBI is talking about it now. I'm going to look at other people's lives and stuff to see if we can get a little bit more information on this. Like I said, I just received this today, so I haven't really dived into it too much as many of you may have, or like all of these other people. But right out the gate, peoples, as I had stated in things, this was very interesting. And this was very interesting because I said right out the gate, the mother looked at well, I won't say suspicious, but she just didn't look like a mother who really cared for her child. And come to find out, my intuitions was right, because the grandmother has been given full custody of all of her 5 children, all of the other children. And then the grandmother, which is Janiyah's grandmother, had literally talked not in defense of her daughter. She didn't talk in defense of her daughter, but she talked against her daughter. And she pretty much stated unequivocally and undeniably that Janiyah was estranged from her mother and the rest of the family, which is her mother's girlfriend, and all of the other people. And as you heard, that the grandmother didn't have good relations with her daughter, which is Janiyah's mother. And so this is bad all the way around. And I just don't think that Janiyah would have gotten up and just walked out of that house on her own accord, and she's pregnant. It just doesn't strike me as like that, people. I'm sure that since the FBI is in this thing, we're going to get a little bit more answers to some questions that is probably lingering in everybody's mind. Is she still alive? Or is she deceased? Well, at this point in time, we can't answer that, people. I don't think anybody can. But we're certainly going to keep our eyes upon this particular case. Unlike Naziah, whose perpetrator has been caught and is going through court. And I don't understand why he would want to go to court and have all of these salacious details come out. It's crazy to me. You know, he's guilty of sin. And there ain't no way that he is going to get out of this because everything pointed to him. Too much overwhelming evidence that supports that he is the perpetrator. He is the murderer. He's the killer. He's the unaliver. But yeah, you know, people still want to take their chances in court and still want to say that they're innocent. But in this case, he was well beyond innocent. And normally what we say is he is assumed innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. But based upon all of the evidence that was presented even before the court had started, it was overwhelming evidence that that guy was guilty. But they had evidence. And it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the boy was guilty, even with the evidence. And so we didn't have to wait for the jury of his peers to decide whether or not he's guilty or not. So in this case, peoples, we don't know. We only can assume things, but let's listen into that of what this young man's findings is. Let's go.
Last month in Gary, Indiana, 13-year-old Janiyah Abrielle McMichael Rogers would leave the house she shared with her mother, Jasmine McMichael, and her siblings in a rush. The night before the first day of school, she would have a disagreement with her mother and run to her room and slam the door. The next morning, her mother, Jasmine, would get up early to get the kids up and ready for school. When she noticed the front door was ajar, alarmed, she would go on to check on her children, going room to room. That's when she noticed the back door was also unlocked, and her daughter Janiyah was nowhere to be found. She noticed some of Janiyah's clothing was also missing. Panicked, Jasmine would alert the police and report her missing. She reported that Janiyah was spotted on surveillance camera and got into a car with an individual. But investigators say this isn't true and can't corroborate the claim. What happened to Janiyah? Is there something more to this story? According to some reports, the last time anyone has physically seen Janiyah was in June of this year. But why was she reported missing on August 11th? I smell foul play. Does mom and her girlfriend Kiera have something to hide? Welcome back to the Strange Bar and Grill. Today we have an interesting case for you. The missing persons case of Janiyah McMichael Rogers. Janiyah's real name is Janiyah Rogers, as stated on her birth certificate. She was born to Antonio Rogers and Jasmine McMichael. Shortly after Janiyah was born, her parents split up and Janiyah would live with her mother on the 1900 block of Virginia Street in Gary, Indiana. She's the oldest of 6 siblings, and not much is known about her childhood. But it sounds like she had a rough upbringing. CPS would be called to her household regularly, with over 20 reports filed. Family and friends claimed that living conditions in her mother's home were below standard and could be seen as a health concern. According to Janiyah's father, Jasmine hasn't allowed him to visit her for years. Even when he would spot her out at a community event and he attempted to speak to Janiyah, he would be threatened with physical violence, and at one point was jumped by Jasmine's boyfriend and her friends. Eventually, out of frustration, Antonio would stay away. Jasmine had a history of alienating her children's fathers, as the father of her other 6 children had been banned from visiting their children and met similar fates. On August 10th.
So wait a minute, peoples. This lady had 6 kids and possibly 6 baby daddies. And you mean to tell me that the guy wanted to see his daughter, but he wasn't allowed to see his daughter because the mom threatened him? So why didn't you take it the legal way and take her to court, and so you can get joint custody of your child or visitation or anything for that sort? You know, see, it's noble that the man said that he wanted to see his child, but you could have done it by taking the mama to court. You know, I mean, just trying to see your child out on the streets and things, that's nothing. That doesn't prove anything to me, you know. So could it be that he didn't want to pay child support, or any of the kids' fathers wanted to pay child support, or anything for that matter? I mean, this woman was an X machine, because 6 kids, and then look at the conditions that she was living in. And the thing is that she was responsible for all of those kids. So anybody on the outside looking in that had something to say, if they wasn't helping, well then, in my opinion, they had absolutely nothing to say. See, it's easy to sit and ridicule the people and things, but in essence, my heart goes out to the mother, because she had to raise 6 kids on her own without the baby's daddy. So she has the baby daddy, but she has a boyfriend, and the boyfriend is there. And so what was the boyfriend doing? So what was the boyfriend taking care of the kids, or was he there just only getting his rocks off every night and stuff? Or was he the one who ended up impregnating Janiyah, and they wanted to cover it up? Was that the case, peoples? I mean, because you heard what the narrator said, that the baby's dad tried to come and see her, but then he would get beat up by Janiyah's mother's boyfriend and then other people. And so he stayed away. So he doesn't look like, to me, you know, a typical father would want to go to court and try to do things right and get custody of his child, or, you know, whatever, because they probably may wanted to put him on child support or whatever and stuff. And so, you know, but man, alive, I mean, you know, all of them look hardcore. But even still with that doesn't negate the fact, peoples, that this young lady had to live in a filth home. And because she's the oldest, you already know that she had the responsibility of taking care of all of the other children, which wasn't her responsibility in the first place. But I'm sure that because she's the oldest, that she had to take care of the other siblings. And so, like mother, like daughter. So mom got her freak on, and so the daughter did as well. But the daughter doesn't strike me as being, so out there like that. At least from the pictures. I mean, I never did know her personally. But the thing is, peoples, the thing is this, peoples, is that the mom had 6 kids and living in filth. And so because I'm sure that young lady had seen some stuff. But wait a minute. But wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. It strikes me as odd because, see, the narrator said that the mother's boyfriend would go ahead and beat up the baby's dad. But if that be the case, wait a minute. I thought that the mother was living with some woman. So are they friends or are they lovers? I mean, that's never been stated because it never stated that. Nobody has ever said that, that was her girlfriend. So I cannot assume that that's her girlfriend or it's just a lady that she's living with. I don't know what the relationship is and things, but man alive. Man alive. I mean, talking about living under poverty peoples and stuff. Oh my God. My heart goes out to a lot of these youth. All of these young people who's been brought up with these parents that don't have no get up in life whatsoever. And they get together and make these babies and stuff, and they can't even take care of the kids. And if they're taking care of the kids, they're taking care of the kids in a subpar nature. Now, I can understand living quarters, people. Everybody's living quarters is not always nice and neat and everything. Everybody doesn't have things like that and stuff. But looking at the refrigerator, there's no food in the refrigerator. Looking at the beds, and the beds is all worn down and all like that and stuff. I mean, it's a certain level, people. I mean, okay, I get it, the living quarters, but my God, if you ain't got no food in the refrigerator and then your floors is all broken and things of that nature, and you got 6 kids living there. 6 kids. So 6 kids, people. So that means that she has been getting her boogie on. And by her getting her boogie on, well, then I'm sure that Janiyah had saw some stuff as well, just like Usher. He came to Diddy's house to see the lifestyle. And he said that he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. And then he was asked whether or not that his children can ever go to Puffy's flavor camp. And he said, hell no. So you can just imagine what Usher had seen at an early age, around the same age as Janiyah. And I'm sure that Janiyah has seen the lifestyle, but not at Puffy's flavor camp, but at her mother's house. And so people's, she's 13 and she was pregnant. But by who is the question? She is a 1-3 young child that got pregnant. And so how many 1-3 people do you see walking around here pregnant, peoples? What does a 13-year-old doing thinking about stuff like that? Unless they have seen a lifestyle, or they have been brought up in a lifestyle. So let's look at this, peoples. That's just my take upon it thus far from what I'm hearing and things. And as you can see, you've seen the house, you know, you've seen the daddy, you've seen the mama, you've seen the girl that lives with her mama. It's just an explosive cocktail, peoples. You know, and we've never seen any of the other siblings, and thank God for that, because their little faces and stuff don't need to be plastered all over the internet and stuff. And so the question is, what happened to Janiyah McMichael? What happened to Janiyah McMichael, peoples? That is the question. Let's go.
The night before her disappearance, which was also the night before the first day of school and also happened to be one of Janiyah's siblings' birthday. Jasmine, Janiyah, her mom's girlfriend, Kiera Bates, and her 6 siblings were all having a good time celebrating, according to Jasmine, until she and Janiyah got into a heated argument over whether Janiyah was pregnant because she noticed she wasn't using any pads. She stated that if she's pregnant, she'd beat and kick the baby out of her. After hearing her mother talk to her like that, Janiyah ran to her room and slammed the door.
Okay, and so my question is simply this, peoples. My question is simply this. If the mama knew, and I'm sure that the mama knew that the child was pregnant, because, you know, she's saying that she was using any pads and stuff. So what she was walking around monitoring who's using pads and who's not, and things, you know, I'm sure that the mother knew that the child was pregnant because there were subtle signs and stuff. I mean, she has 6 kids, so she should know whether or not her child was pregnant. But the commentary that this narrator is using and stuff, you know, he's just like, yeah, well, the mama knew that the daughter was pregnant, and she said that if you're pregnant and stuff, then I'm gonna beat that child out of you and all like this and stuff. I mean, is this home words, or is it the people who said something, or did the mama give testimony as to her saying that about her child? You know, where is the commentary that the mama had gave testimony that said that this is what she was going to do to her child? Or is this just a figmentation of the content creator's imagination? Because did the mama actually say that? Or is this just his way of commentating this narrative? You know? Nobody knows, people. Nobody was there at that house. There's no recordings. There's no videos. There's no audio. There's nothing. And so the only thing that we can assume, because that's all it is just an assumption, unless the mother had given testimony to say that this is exactly what happened. And so he has every right to say what he's saying, because this is exactly what I said, and this is exactly what happened. But we don't know what happened, peoples. We only can assume. And so the commentary, you have to take with a grain of salt, because, again, we haven't seen no documentation whatsoever of the mom giving a report or a statement or anything to the likes that she had stated some of the things that he is mentioning in this live. Do you understand what I'm saying, people? So that's what it is. So let's further listen to his narrative as he navigates this case. Let's go.
And that was the last time anyone has seen or heard from her, according to Jasmine. Jasmine stated that she got up around 12:45 a.m. to use the restroom and noticed her back door was unlocked and her front door was cracked open. When she noticed it, she closed and locked both doors. She then went upstairs to check on the kids and noticed Janiyah was gone. While she was standing in Janiyah's room, she noticed empty coat hangers hanging up in the closet. She also noticed a pile of school supplies on the floor, as if she dumped out her book bag. Her mother stated she was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, black pajamas, and black and red shoes at the time of her disappearance. This detail stands out to me because her mother wouldn't know what clothing she left the house in because she didn't see her when she left. Plus, she said her Ring doorbell camera wasn't functioning.
And see, peoples, this is why details matters so much. Because again, I'm saying, is this guy giving a narrative and is this what he said, or did she give a statement and is this what she said? Because if she didn't see Jasmine, if she didn't see Zaniyah, well then there is no possible way, peoples, that she could have been able to describe any type of clothing, anything that she was wearing if she never seen her. But according to what he just said, the mama said that she left in a black hoodie and pajamas. And all of her school supplies and stuff was spewed all over the floor. Well, there again, people, if the mama didn't see Janiyah, well then how could she describe the clothing that she has on? And then the Ring door camera, what, that's supposed to have been working and that was supposed to have captured Janiyah leaving? Because if that be the case, peoples, well then where is that video footage? And that's and if that was the case, that the Ring doorbell video was working, well, was that the only thing that was working in the house? I know that a lot of people have that Ring doorbell video thing and stuff, and that's been capturing a lot of video of a lot of people and things and stuff, and but earlier in the live that he had stated, earlier in the live, peoples, that they had no knowledge, no whereabouts in, and that Zaniyah was supposed to have been captured on video footage, but that turned out to be a lie. That turned out to be a lie because the authorities did not find any video footage. And so there is discrepancies in the narrative that the mama had given. See, people, the one thing about Edward Joseph is I pay attention, I listen attentively, and I pay attention to the various things that the people say. So when they want to go back and they want to cover the various things that they say, I can pinpoint exactly what you said. I can pinpoint it. So that's why it is always imperative, if you're going to come to my live and you're going to give a narrative about anything, it's best to be actual, factual, and true, because I'm going to hold you to account for the various things that you say. So you may forget, I don't forget. I got a memory like an elephant. I don't forget. And so if you ever want to come and try to shuck and jive on Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, well then you better think again, because Edward Joseph do not forget. All right, people, so let's go ahead and let's listen in to this, peoples. Let's listen to what he has to say. Let's go.
During an interview with Antonio Rogers, Jania's father, he explained that CPS contacted him earlier in the year, and he was told Jania was pregnant by a family member, the aunt's child's father. He expressed it's not a rumor, and it was proven with a kit. A few months later, Jania was reported missing. Is this just a coincidence? Antonio Rogers and Jania's grandmother, Latanya Rogers, hired a private detective, Kevin Collins, who goes by the name of KC Bodyguard. Jasmine would eventually try firing the private investigator. Yeah, the one that she didn't hire. And we'll get into the why of that later. During the investigation by KC Bodyguard, he would visit Jasmine's house. There, he would ask Jasmine and her girlfriend a series of questions to figure out if they may have any information on Jania's whereabouts, looking for anything that could lead to the safe return of Jania. He asked if she would go over the night in question and asked to see Jania's room. She showed him the empty coat hangers and where Jania seemingly dumped out her school supplies on the floor. But one detail stood out. Jania's bed didn't have any sheets or blankets on it. When confronted with this detail, Jasmine stated that she had just put them in the wash before he got there, but the investigator didn't smell laundry in the air. KC would go on to ask if Jania had social media or a cell phone. Jasmine and her girlfriend would both say no, she doesn't have either. That turned out not to be true because Jania's sibling would state that she's seen her talking on the phone at all times of the day. This seemed to anger both Jasmine and Kiera. The investigator would go on and ask the couple if they knew of places where Jania might play. They directed him to an abandoned school around the corner.
Okay, people, so my thing is simply this. Why is the mama and the girl that's living with her lying so bad? It's making them look so damn suspicious. Why are they lying so bad? So just for the first lie, it makes them look suspicious, and it makes them look like they had something to do with her missing. They had something to do with her missing. And because the mama lied, peoples, you know how Edward Joseph is. If you lie, you're suspicious. And in my eyes, peoples, I believe that they had something to do with her coming up missing. Both of them. I do believe that. Because my question is, when the private detective had asked them, did she have social media? And they said no, and they were visibly shaken when he had asked that question. Well, then the thing is simply this. Why are you getting so agitated because he asked you that question? And then my thing is, who was she on the phone with? And whose phone did she have? And who saw her on the phone many times? Did they have money for this young lady to have her own phone? Really? Now, my son, he has his own phone. I pay for it. And he talks to me. He talks to his friends. He talks to his mom and everybody and stuff. I don't have no problem with him having his phone because he's a responsible child. Now, see, if I had a problem, he wouldn't have no phone. But he has his own phone. He's been having his own phone since he was very, very young. Younger than what the age he is now. He had his own phone. And the only numbers that he had programmed in his phone was my number, his mama's number, his uncle and auntie number, his cousin's number. That's it. But now, since he's gotten a little older, now he's got a few friends' numbers and things. And then all he does on his phone was, back at that time, was just playing his video games and stuff. I didn't have no problem with that. I didn't have no problem with that. But my question is, why is the mother and the girl getting so agitated when he had asked if she had a social media presence. And they both stated no. But yet she was caught on the phone many times over talking to someone. And so my question is simply this: who phone did she have that she was on talking to whoever? And see, people's, whoever phone that is, you can be able to track that information and find out who the other person is on the other line. And so did the mother have money to pay a cell phone bill for her 13-year-old daughter to have a cell phone? Who paid the bill? And whose account was she on? Whose phone was she using? That is the question that I have, peoples. And then why did they get so agitated when he asked that question? You know what that leads me to believe, peoples? That leads me to believe that they had something to do with her becoming missing. Hello, Brad. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Brett has says, yo. Brett had said, I had a niece missing for over 10 years and just recently been found some years ago. Wow. Wow, that's interesting, Brett. So your niece came up missing for over 10 years and just recently had been found. Oh, well, we need to hear about this. We need to hear about this. I'm going to have a series of questions for you and stuff as to, how your niece was found. Where was she found? What was happening? And, good, all of the juicy news and stuff, if you care to share and things. Yeah, I am definitely wanting to hear this and stuff. And it's a good thing that she was found. So I take it that, and I don't want to assume anything, but I take it that all is well right now, since you guys had found your niece. That's a good thing that she was found. And I hope that she is in good arms and safe and secure and, doing very well and adjusting to life as it is now and things. I pray. Hello, 313 Tony. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. 313 Tony says, hey, friend, how are you feeling today? I am absolutely wonderful. I'm here, I'm live, and I'm covering this case of Janiyah McMichael. Covering this case, Janiyah McMichael, and then we're going to go with Zaniyah McMichael. And they both were at that particular time 1-3, and they both came up missing. But in the case of Zaniyah, we've already know who the perpetrator is. And we don't exactly know where her body is. We can assume that she is not here any longer. But we know that he is being held accountable. Now, in the case of Janiyah, which they both almost has the same name, but just the first letter of their names is different, that differentiate the two. Naziah, which is N-A-Z-I-Y-A-H, and Janiyah which is a J-A-N-I-Y-A-H. One letter distinguished both of them, Naziah and Janiyah. And one letter literally changes the name of both. And if you look at the picture, they almost look like twins. They almost look like twins. Almost two twin girls, totally separate cases. And things totally happen to them. They're both 13. They both was pregnant, and they both came up missing. And in the case of Naziah, the perpetrator has been caught and is going to court right now and being tried for murder and all of the other things that comes with that. In the case of Janiyah, we're still learning about that case. And so I'm going to do a very in-depth look in between the two, Naziah and Janiyah. And we're going to take a very deep, in-depth look at the two. Because, again, they both was 1-3 at the time, and they both were pregnant. 1-3 and pregnant. Isn't that something? 1-3 and pregnant. That's just amazing to me, peoples. And then one letter changes who they are in the name spelling. Naziah and Janiyah. Wow. That is really something. No. It's more than just one thing. It's Naziyah and it's Janiyah. So the J in the N changes the name. And then the N and the Z changes the name. But pretty much is IHYA. And both of their names spellings. And then it's a hyphen. Wow. You know, it reminds me of Kendrick Lamar's song. They're not like us. 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 And then he goes on, he said,
You think the industry is going to let you disrespect comp? I think that opening show will be a lot of stuff. Cool. Now, I don't know why you still pretending. What is the outward?
okay, go on and y'all hear my son rap? Go. You gotta say it louder so that people can say it. Say it in the mic.
You think the industry will let you? You think the industry will let you disrespect cop? I think the Oakland show will be your last stop. The cold foul. I don't know why you're still pretending, but what is the outward? I don't know. I'm just singing the song.
Are you singing the song?
Yeah, that song.
Oh, okay. Not like us. That's what they say in the song.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Try not to curse.
Yeah. Wow. Well, see, he didn't even curse either. People who say he tried not to curse. So, see, that's much respect for his father. Not like us, people. Y'all hold on for a second. All right, people. So I'm going to have to leave here for a moment. I'm going to share the Kanika Jenkins story again until I get back, and then we're going to come back and we're going to dive into this. But until he finished getting ready, let's go ahead and finish taking a look at this live that this young man has done. Peoples, let's go.
A strange place for kids to play, but he would search the abandoned school where her and her friends used to hang out. They would go on to search all areas of Gary, Indiana, and East Chicago. During his investigation, he noticed Jasmine had a Ring camera, but Jasmine stated that the camera was turned off and wasn't in service. So here's my question. How did Jasmine know what clothing she left the house in? The investigator also discovered a history of Janiyah and the second oldest daughter running away from home. When Jasmine was asked about this, she would just laugh and say, "She ran away from home like I used to." What is going on in this house? Gary Police Department has been criticized for not helping in this case. There have been many reports of them not following up on tips and are just flat out ignoring family members. There was a petition raised to force the GPD to put out an Amber Alert. GPD says the case doesn't deserve an Amber Alert, but issued a Silver Alert. She's a 13-year-old girl. Issue the damn Amber Alert. For those that don't know the difference between an Amber Alert and a Silver Alert, the Silver Alert is modeled after the Amber Alert. The Amber Alert was created to help locate and safeguard missing children, like in Janiyah's case. However, in most states, the Silver Alert applies to the elderly, adults with a mental impairment.
Okay, so why would they want to put out a silver alert on a 13-year-old girl who does not have mental illness? And the Gary, Indiana Police Department are suckers. They're lollipops. Because these suckers ain't doing nothing when it comes down to our black, dark-skinned children. And that's a common theme, peoples, you know. And that's you have black officers there on the force, as you've seen. But just like the commentator had said, these suckers ain't did shit when it comes down to our Negro children, our caramel skin, our chocolate skin, our dark skin children. They ain't doing shit. They ain't did shit. They ain't doing shit. You know? Just like in the Kanika Jenkins case. You had a bunch of white cops that was supposed to be looking after a missing girl of Kanika Jenkins. But it's never been turned over to the Chicago Police Department because I'm sure had the Chicago Police Department, you know, been able to get involved in this case, well, then we would have been able to see something happen in the Kanika Jenkins case. But no, they didn't want to turn it over because these suckers had literally covered up their crimes. It's all about the elites, people. It's all about tantalizing and fantasizing their taste. Look at in the case of P. Diddy, who touched a woman's kitty and played with the woman's titty. Now, all of that is coming out. But after Cassie Ventura's case has been settled, it's what opened up the floodgates to everything else that is coming out now about him. And so it's a common theme, people. This is what the elites do. This is what they do, people. They go and they have all of these devious, devilish, and demonic parties and stuff, and they prey on the weak. They prey on the vulnerable, and they prey on our children. Now, just like Janiyah's mother had sat back and laughed and said, Janiyah is only doing what I used to do. She ran away from home. I used to do that. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I told you, people. Didn't I just tell you earlier in this live? I said, like mother, like daughter. So mama has 6 kids. So was mama freaking, leaking, tipping and tripping at an early age? And was Janiyah doing the same, peoples? But just only following the same footsteps as her mama? So the question is, peoples, did Janiyah run away, or did some nefarious thing happen to her? Now I got to play this back just a little bit because I thought that I heard him say her and someone else had run away. So if that be the case, then who ran away with her? You know, that's the question, peoples, that we need to find some answers to. And then this Ring doorbell video, did that really capture anyone, peoples, or did it not? Now, just for the look at this young lady, she doesn't strike me as some little deviant, devilish little girl that is going to give people some problems and things. I'm sure that she hated her mama's guts to a degree for having to live in filth and all like this and stuff, you know, and her mom having to treat her in such a way and stuff. Because, I mean, like the commentator said, just like the grandmama said, you know, Janiyah was estranged from her family, you know. And now if the grandmama is saying that, then you got to give that some validity, because, I mean, the grandmama ain't in the defense of her mama. And so she's the only last relative, living relative that we know of that is giving some truth to some proof. And if anybody should know, she should know, because she said the last time that she seen Janiyah was in June, the summer. Okay. So it was June, July, August. So several months later, now Janiyah comes up missing. But that was the last time that the grandmother seen her granddaughter, because they was estranged peoples. And so, peoples, you know, it's really sad that this young lady had to endure the madness, the atrocities that she had to go with her mama. Now, I don't know about her daddy, but he doesn't look too squeaky swing as well, peoples. You know. But like I said, peoples, we're going to get into this right now. I gotta go, peoples, because I gotta go check my go put your stuff in the car from the other door. Is that door open?
Yeah.
Okay, well, see if the car is open. All right, peoples, I gotta take my son home. He's got school tomorrow. So we gotta get out of here. I gotta go run him down home. I'll be back to cover Janiyah McMichael's peoples. But right now we're going to transition back into the Kanika Jenkins case. And you know, some peoples, this just caught me by surprise, and I just noticed this. The same picture in the same cake and things is the same thing that I am playing up on the live right now. That same picture is posted in the missing persons thing. I just now noticed that. Wow. Okay. So, you know, I guess I do really good and stuff. People's been putting these things together. All right, people. So we're gonna transition real quick, and we're gonna get back into this, peoples. We're gonna get back into this when I get home. So you guys give me about an hour, and I'll be back. And blessings to you all. And Brat, you know, I'm glad that your niece has been found. I want to get a little bit more information about that of what your niece had endured and stuff. And, you know, just for some awareness, just so that people can be aware as to these things happen in life. You know, but in your case, your niece was found after 10 years, and that's a blessing. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that God has been smiling upon your family, and that your family is back all intact and together. But in this case, with these two young ladies, Well, they will never, ever see the light of day with their children. Now, I'm just assuming that Janiyah is gone. I don't know. I don't know because there's no evidence that she is gone, peoples. There's no evidence of that. And it could very well may be that someone has taken her and, helping her go ahead and live her life and get out of that situation that she finds herself in with her mother and her mother's friend. But I don't know. And so that's why we have to continue to keep looking into this people to see if she's either alive or if she's dead. And there hasn't been no reports that she died. So, but one can assume because of the time. But again, people's, we don't know. So I'm not going to go ahead and throw it out there and say that she's dead because we definitely don't know. But, we will continue to keep putting pressure upon the extenuating circumstances that surrounds her missing. And we're going to stay focused upon the mother and the friend. Because, again, it's like the commentator said, she was the last to see her daughter. All right, peoples, let me go ahead and share my screen back to the other video that I was playing before I had to leave to go to the store. I'll be back in an hour. And then we'll be back up on Janiyah McMichael, the missing teen. Let's go.
That's exactly what she said, peoples, and that was stupid. I was like, oh my goodness gracious, boy. That was the most stupid thing that I ever heard. And then he's gonna sit up there and let her say that, and then he wanted to come over here and argue with me. And the girl that he's politicking with, talking about that dude, they got all of the goddamn facts and stuff. What facts do you have when your stupid girl is over here saying stupid stuff? Because if the girl was killed, I don't know, Fred. And ain't nobody going to chime in because they don't want to seem stupid. See, this is what I say, peoples. This is what I say. It doesn't make no sense. It doesn't make no sense to me. It doesn't make no sense to me when people will sit up here and talk about this case and things and say all of this stupid stuff and they can't back up what they say. It is so stupid. If the girl was dead and brought to the establishment, then none of this case files would ever make any sense. It wouldn't be no reason to be interviewing people. Wouldn't be no reason to. She's dead, right? It wouldn't be no reason to stage any events in a hotel. It wouldn't be no reason to go ahead and get girls to play her. How can a dead person be in Irene's live and TY's live? And why would Irene want to sit up here and lie and say that Kanika Jenkins was in a room with her and she's dead? Why would she want to go to the Chicago police station and say, well, these people are posting my address and stuff, you know, I'm being threatened. So she's being threatened. You already know she's going to tell what she knows about this case. Because they was discussing it in the lobby when the girl was up in there videotaping. So if they're discussing it in the lobby, do you not think that they're going to discuss it in there with the detectives or whoever she went to go see? Oh my God, people, you guys are stupid. If this girl is discussing it in the lobby, what makes you think that she's not going to discuss it with the police?
You, it ain't you, it's me, you. And then y'all went up there, and then you went up on 13 and said, what the fuck she tell him?
Told them you left her in the hallway.
Yeah, I left her in the hallway. You had her.
Y'all came, you want to go, so.
She said you went on up there to the 13th and said, I left her in the hallway. So where did the 13th come from?
You, it ain't you, it's me, you. And then y'all went up there, and then you went up on 13 and said, what the fuck she tell him?
Told them you left her in the hallway.
Yeah, I left her in the hallway. You had her.
Y'all came.
Who was on the 13th floor to where she went up there and told them and said that you left her in the hallway? Who was on the 13th floor? You heard what she said, right? She said that you went to the 13th floor and you went and said that you left her in the hallway. Who was on the 13th floor, peoples?
You, it ain't you, it's me, you. And then y'all went up there, and then you went up on 13 and said, what the fuck she tell him?
Told them you left her in the hallway.
Yeah, I left her in the hallway. You had her.
Y'all came, you want to go, so.
I ain't pointing no fingers. I never said Monifa did shit or anything to anybody. What I said was, I did my part as a friend. I made sure my friend was sleep drunk, to sleep her drunk off because Bree was with them. Bree could have drove them home, but Bree was gone. So how the fuck Monifa or Maya can't drive? So how the fuck can anyone of them get home? The person the driver is intoxicated, and the other two cannot drive. So where the fuck was they going? Ain't no pointing fingers. I ain't pointing fingers. I'm just letting it be known. If two people can't drive, Kanika drunk, where the fuck they going? I'm confused. Ain't no pointing fingers. I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying. What?
Pointing fingers is what they did.
Ain't no you she get the most shit. Monifa still can party with people. She still going to parties. I can't without a motherfucker saying, is that Irene? Or if I gotta throw my fist up and beat a motherfucker ass or not. It's not no. Ain't Monifa don't get that.
Cause you threw a party and she was the last one with her though. That don't make sense.
I'm not. I don't get none of that.
And then they keep saying don't point fingers. Y'all should be telling them don't point fingers. They point.
I thought motherfuckers left.
They put your name in the dirt. Yeah. They said it don't take. Why would all three of y'all leave the room? 2 of y'all come back in the room. Leave them.
It's 2 years later. Ain't shit to talk about. Ain't shit to explain.
So why
the fuck is MTV on this bitch talking about some Irene Roberts? Irene Roberts. That's my point. What the fuck I got to do with anything? Don't keep bringing my name up or saying my name. Don't. I thought motherfuckers left when they claimed they went to get her phone. It's so many stories I can't tell y'all. How did they leave if I don't know? Ain't nobody.
Where was they going? Why would take both y'all to go and get this lady phone and keys? They don't take both y'all.
Period, Maya, period.
Oh, okay. So it's the neighborhood. Okay, I get it. So did you hear what the girl in the background said? Why does it take both of you guys to go get a keys in the phone? Why does it take both of you guys? So when she said that, what she is saying is that Monifa and Shemaya was there with Kanika, but Irene never mentioned Shemaya. Irene mentioned Monifa. Irene never said that Shemaya came in to get any keys. Irene never mentioned Shemaya getting the phone. Irene mentioned Monifa coming in. Kanika missing. But the girls is implicating Shemaya because she's saying both of them. So if it's both of them, it has already been alluded to that that Shemaya and Monifa was with Kanika. Let's listen in Peoples.
I thought motherfuckers left when they claimed they went to get her phone. It's so many stories I can't tell y'all. How did they leave if I don't know? Ain't nobody.
Where was they going? Why would take both y'all to go and get this lady phone and keys? They don't take both y'all.
Period, Maya, period.
What Maya say? First of all, did nobody even know what her keys were?
Who said that?
I'm saying, where was they going? Where was they going? With just the phone.
All I'm saying is, why the fuck ain't no Maya around me, Monifa around this bitch? This bitch can work in Chicago. I can't. It's a big difference between me and her. It's a big difference.
Yeah, y'all discriminating.
I don't know all that other part, all that other shit. I don't know.
Did you hear what the girl said? She said, "Where was they going to get the phone?" Did you hear what the girl said in the background? She said, "Where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone?" Well, I thought Irene had the phone. Let's listen to it again, peoples.
I'm saying, where was they going? Where was they going with just the phone?
Did you hear what she said? Where was they going? Where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? Well, Irene never said anything because it was alluded to that Irene had the phone. So who had the phone? Because the girl just asked the question, where was they going? Where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? And Irene never said anything, peoples. So did Irene have Kanika's phone? Oh my God. See, peoples, this is why you need to listen. This is why you need to listen. You guys don't listen. That's why you never learn anything. You don't listen. You just heard what the young lady said. Where was they going to get the phone? Irene never said, "Hey, I got Kanika's phone." So Vicky Davis, so they didn't have Kanika's keys and they didn't have Kanika's phone? Where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? Where was they going to get the keys? Where were they going, peoples? Why isn't nobody answering that? Where was they going to get the phone? That was what the girl had just asked. Where was they going to get the phone? Vicky Davis said, they said that where was they going to get the phone? Where was it going to get the keys? Where was they going? Let's listen to that again, peoples.
Why would it take both y'all to go and get this lady phone and keys? It don't take both.
Period, Maya. Period.
What Maya say? First of all, did nobody even know what her keys were?
First of all, didn't nobody know where her keys was? That's what she just said, right? First of all, didn't nobody know where her keys was? Okay, so it was stated that Bree had her keys, but then the young lady had asked, where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? That's what the young lady said, right? That's what she just said. She said, where was they going to get the phone? So, but Irene never stated that she had Kanika Jenkins' phone. She heard what the girl said. The girl just asked her, where was she going to get the phone? Bree had the keys, but where was they going to get the phone? Exactly, Mother Dora. Fred said, you're absolutely right, Ed. Mind you, this is 2 years later, so Shakara would have known by now if Irene had Kanika Jenkins' phone. Then Irene's silence confirmed she never had the phone. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. She never had the phone. Because the girl had asked, where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? Now, is that in the case files, custom designs? Where was they going to get the phone? See, peoples, this is what I say. You know, you got to play the videos and stuff back and listen, because you'll learn a lot. You learn a lot. You don't need to reference the case files to catch these people in a lie. He just said everybody lied, right? Everybody's involved. Everybody lied, right? So why do you need case files to catch them in a lie? And everybody lied. That is so damn stupid to me. Why would you need to reference case files when everybody lied? Let's play that again, peoples.
So it's so many stories. I can't tell y'all. How did they leave if I don't know. Ain't nobody.
Where was they going? Why would it take both y'all to go and get this lady phone and keys? It don't take both y'all.
Period, Maya. Period.
What Maya say? First of all, did nobody even know what her keys were? But
Who said that?
I'm saying, where was they going? Where was they going? With just the phone.
All I'm saying is, why the fuck ain't no Maya around me?
She said, first of all, didn't nobody know where the keys were? And then she said, where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? Mother Dora said that they claimed to be playing music from Kanika's phone. So, Mother Dora, if they were claiming to play music from Kanika's phone, why isn't it Irene saying that, hey, look, I had Kanika's phone? That's indicative of the fact that that wasn't Irene. Because Irene never had Kanika's phone, because what? That wasn't Irene in Irene's live. Oh, bingo! If Irene had Kanika's phone, Irene would be sitting here telling the girl when she had asked, where was they going to get the phone? Where was they going? Where was they going to get the phone? That is indicative of the fact that Irene never had the phone. Peoples. Oh my God. Man, look at here. Come on. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out, peoples. Irene never had the phone. She never had the phone. She never had the phone. Oh, peoples. Irene and Shakara was so clever in this live. I'm sure they were forced to sign NDAs, but they subtly hinted facts to anyone with a keen ear without compromising the NDA. Non-disclosure agreements, peoples, if that's what you needed to know. And you are exactly right, Fred. I got a keen eye and I got a keen ear, and I know what my ears is telling me. Where was they going to get the phone? Vicky Davis said they claimed in their narratives that Irene had Kanika's phone playing music, but we know that wasn't the real Irene in that live with the shades on and jacket up her hair, up to her hair. Exactly. So Irene is telling you, peoples, she's already telling you she wasn't there. She's telling you. See, peoples, this is why I love doing what I do. Because see, when you go back and you play the videos of what they said instead of referencing case files, they're telling you. What is the case files going to tell me that she's not already telling me, peoples?
On me for around this bitch. This bitch can work in Chicago. I can't. It's a big difference between me and her. It's a big difference.
Yeah, job discriminating.
I don't know all that other part, all that other shit. I don't know because at the simple part is what up. They can't drive Bree gone. I don't know where motherfucker was going. I can't explain that part to y'all. I don't know. All I can tell y'all is I told her to lay down because you're too drunk. You need to sleep your drunk off. You can't drunk drive because I thought Bree was gone. She laid the fuck down and that was that. I can't tell y'all nothing else, nothing more because I don't know. I really don't know. I keep telling y'all I don't know.
She laid down on me. You know she left Monique came over there to the bed and said, Kanika, bro, we finna go. Get your drunk loose ass up. I said, Grand,
exactly, China.
She be like that, embarrassing all that. Yeah. You know you. And you know Teresa heard her say, you know she grown as hell. Why is a grown person wander off? If that's your best friend, you wouldn't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't tell y'all shit that I don't know.
You heard what the girl said. She said she laid on me, and Monifa came over there and said, Kanika, get your drunk ass up. We finna go. Y'all heard what she said. She said she laid on me, and Monifa came over and said, Kanika Jenkins, get your drunk ass up. We finna go. Irene did not know peoples. She did not know. Exactly. Fred said that facts. In fact, later on, in this very same live, Irene mentions how people were playing her in the video. Bingo! How people were playing her in the video. Vicky Davis said, for real, Mother Dora, it was a hot mess. Exactly, Fred. Man, you know, did you hear what Fred said? He said facts. In fact, later on in this very same live, Irene mentions how people were playing her in the video, which is indicative of the fact of what I have been saying all of this time. That wasn't Irene in Irene's live. Irene saying, fuck that shit. That wasn't me. I never had Kanika's phone. His hair was jacked up. Boy, you guys are on fire tonight. You guys are literally on fire tonight. Irene said, where would they be going when they can't drive? And Bree had the keys. Exactly. That's what she just said, peoples. Where would they be going where they can't drive? Bree had the keys. That's what she just said. Here, look. Let's listen.
Y'all, nothing else, nothing more, because I don't know. I really don't know. I keep telling y'all, I don't know.
She laid down on me. You know she left Monique just came on there to the bed and said, Kanika, bro, we finna go. Get your drunk, loose ass up. I said, Grand,
exactly, China.
She be like that, embarrassing all that. Yeah. You know, you know Teresa heard her say, you know she grown as hell. Yeah, a grown person wander off. If that's your best friend, you wouldn't.
No, that's what I'm saying. I can't tell y'all shit that I don't know. I can't. But you chasing clout. You chasing clout, bro. Ain't no motherfucker saying your name. Ain't nobody saying your name. It's me, because I had the party. That's what the fuck blowing me, because I had the party.
Boy, I mean, see, people, this is what happens when you go and you dive in deep on these things and stuff. I mean, you dive in deep. I mean, what more can you say? It's indicative of the fact that Kanika was there at the establishment. Now, was she drunk? Well, according to them, yes, she was drunk. I mean, I can't say that Kanika Jenkins wasn't drunk, because that's what they said. They said that she was drunk. So if she was drunk, then I believe them. I believe Kanika Jenkins was drunk. But what I don't believe that Kanika Jenkins ever walked the halls of that establishment. I don't believe that. I believe that's at the time to when Kanika got commandeered. But they had to get her drunk. Fred says, so Bree's role was to take the keys from Kanika in case Kanika would have sensed something nefarious going on and decided to leave. Exactly. But Kanika was laying on the bed, sleep, and Monifa had got her up. So when Monifa had got Kanika up and took her out to the hall, I don't believe Kanika walked the halls. I believe that's when she got commandeered. I believe that's when the gang boys had went and got her.
She never walked the halls, people, because she was in the hands with the gangs. And yep, she was drunk on the 7th, and that's when she died. That's why Bree stayed away from the room. Who goes to the party and leaves so often? Exactly. That's why the 7th is when Kanika Jenkins died, people. I mean, from that moment on, she was handed off. Exactly. You are exactly right, Fred. She was handed off on the night floor. She was handed off on the ninth floor, peoples. Because if you guys remember in some of the pictures, you seen Monifa in the freezer. You see Monifa in the freezer. Kanika. Yeah. That's why it was so easy to do the things that they did to Kanika. Kanika never said anything to Shamaya and all of them. But y'all remember why you do me this way? Why y'all do me this way? You remember the guys in the background and stuff? They said get that rod, and then they stuck it in her backside. They raped her. They sodomized her. And I believe that they strangled her. And there you see Carl Nesbitt carrying Kanika to the freezer, along with the other guy in the black hoodie, which I believe is one of the Wilson brothers. And from there, we don't see no more Kanika. Fred said, and I believe Kanika Jenkins even knew and trusted the guys that received her, hence not putting up a fight en route. Yeah. Mother Doris said, in a drug state, I don't believe she was drunk. Right. I believe the same way, Mother Doris. I don't believe that. I believe she was drugged as well. I don't believe that she was drunk. People said the facts is out right here. I mean, you can clearly see it crystal clear from what Irene is saying. And then let me go back, because Custom did have it on his channel, to where it stated one of the detectives had ended up interviewing the guy. One of the detectives had end up interviewing the guy, and and then they had stated that party on the 7th and 8th, that party. The guy was over there in Chicago. Man, I really don't want to go to his channel after I done kicked this boy out, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't give a damn. Shit. Let me go to his channel, because I gotta see what. Let's do it this way.
He had that. That's one thing that he did have. And this totally shows you that the party was on the 7th. And Kanika was there on the 7th. Died on the 7th. And just because you don't see what happened to Kanika, don't mean that it didn't happen to Kanika. I mean, the video is going to come out, peoples. All right, so let's go here. Let's go to his community wall. Okay, here it is right here, peoples. And let me go ahead and magnify that. It says, agency, Rosemont Public Safety Police, incident, whatever, case, report number 124, entered 9/28/2017 by Officer Sergeant Thomas Douglas. Interview with blank. It says September 28, 2017, 1200 hours. On the above date, A Sergeant Douglas and myself spoke to blank at the listed above address. Stated that he was not at the party in question on September the 7th. Okay, never repeat that again. On the above date, Sergeant Douglas and myself spoke to blank at the above listed address, stated that he was not at the party in question on September the 7th. Stated that he was not at the party in question on September the 7th. Let me repeat that one more time. Stated that he was not at the party in question on September the 7th. He stated that he knew Jenkins and heard of her death through mutual friends. Blank stated that he was hanging around his block in Chicago and was never in Rosemont either on September the 7th or September the 8th. This was confirmed through later interviews with blank and blank that was not at the party that night. That was not at the party that night. That was not at the party that night. And then look, peoples, this is the case files. It's in the case files, peoples. It's in the case files. The party was on September the 7th, peoples. The party was on September the 7th. That is proof positive, peoples. I've been telling you guys that for the longest time. For the longest time, I told you. I told you Kanika Jenkins was at the establishment. Kanika Jenkins died on the 7th. Now, the setup. The setup. The setup was remember. And I asked you 3 questions. I said, why Kanika? Why the establishment? And who had the muscle and who had the money? Peoples, I've already told you many times over, this was an insurance scam. I told you that. I told you that. I told you this was an insurance scam. It was an insurance scam for money. I told you who was involved. I told you that the Masons was involved, the Illuminati was involved, and the Eastern Stars was involved. Who's in the Masons, peoples? The Masons is the police, the courts, the lawyers, the establishment, the businessmen, you got people in high places. You even got the guy who knew the president of the United States, who was an ambassador. These are the Masons, peoples. And then Mother Doris said, plus the parking ticket in TM's car was stamped on the 7th. People's Mother Dora told you that the parking ticket in TM's car was stamped on the 7th. Kanika Jenkins was there on the 7th, peoples. They told you, the guy just told you, the party was on the 7th. I just told you what happened to Kanika. It's on the videotape, peoples. One of these days, you'll be able to see it. And it's going to be horrifying. And it's going to be something that is going to inflame this community to no end. But like I said, peoples, it was all of this stuff was an insurance fraud. Insurance fraud. I've told you TM is not Teresa Martin. I've told you who she was. She went by so many different aliases, peoples. Her real name is not Teresa Martin. I told you guys that. Vicky Davis said that I think it said the 6th. TM read the ticket and said my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. Yeah, that's what Teresa Martin said. She said that my daughter wasn't here on the 6th. But Kanika was at the establishment, peoples. But I told you guys, Teresa Martin's real name is not Teresa Martin. She went by so many different aliases, just like Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina. Casey is an op. She's an op. She is one to come in to spread dissension, to spread all of this different stuff. She wants you guys to believe a certain narrative. She's getting paid to do that. Just like a lot of these other people got paid to come into this community to spread lies and dissension. Oh, peoples, man. You guys wait until I go in on the uppers to connect these connects. I told you I was going to do it. You guys didn't believe me. This was an insurance fraud. People said that the girl who they say is Kanika is not Kanika Jenkins. Well, you know what my response to that is? I said, well, whether she is not really Kanika Jenkins or not, that's who they called her. And so that's the only name I can reference her as. Kanika Jenkins. It's the only thing I can reference her as, Kanika Jenkins. So whether she is Kanika Jenkins or not, still, this young lady died. This young lady died. Now, that's a fact. Vicky Davis said TM should not have read that ticket out loud anyway, but we appreciate her continued help in putting out facts. People, this was an insurance fraud. This was insurance fraud. And that's why Crown Plaza, that's why Kanika Jenkins, and who had the muscles and who had the money, guess who? Bill Murray. Because Bill Murray is a Satanist. Satanic rituals. That's what these rich people do. They're Satanists. And Satanists love killing. Remember what Pease had said, our killer, which one of them had said that this was just like Chainsaw Massacre. But remember, he had on white pants and he had specks of blood all over his pants. So what was it that he was watching? You can't get blood on your pants unless you stepped into some blood somewhere. The boy did an interview with blood all over his pants, specks of blood all over his pants. And he told you it was just like Chainsaw Massacre. Everybody was involved. You guys remember that the Crown Plaza Hotel, they shut that down. The feds came in and shut it down. Remember, the guy had body parts, cut up body parts, torsos and heads and arms and limbs, everything. They came in and shut it down. You guys remember that? I talked about that. The feds came in and shut those people down. And guess where it was at? It was at the Crown Plaza. Guess what? On the 4th floor. Remember, there was testimonies from the employees saying that there was rooms that had a small odor, a very foul odor. So if the feds never came in to shut it down, peoples, we would have never even believed this. But when the feds came in and shut it down, that is indicative of the fact, peoples, that this shit is real. And this is what they did not want you to know. Because Kanika was sacrificed for a reason. And you know why she was sacrificed? She was sacrificed to save Selena Gomez's life. Yeah. Mother Dora said that they told on themselves, plus Lenore saying her hair was all over her head. Yeah. But see, I don't believe that Lenore knew in the beginning. She knew afterwards, but she didn't know in the beginning. Fred said that I sent you 2 emails, check them out. 2 photos of Kanika Jenkins in the freezer, and then Jalen Ford. I want you to jump on and speak on them. Okay. And Vicky Davis says, exactly, Mother Dora. We appreciate her continued contributions as well. Y'all hold on for a moment. I gotta go check my let me check my email right quick. But it was an insurance scam, people. It was an insurance scam, and we're going to get into that. Okay, so let me look at this here. Okay. We're going to look at that. Oh my God. All right. So we're going to look at that. Okay. We're going to look at that. And then we're going to, y'all hold on for a second. Let me do something here. Y'all give me 1 second. We're going to look at that one, and then we're going to look at this other one that you sent. Okay, and then we're going to look at that one. So we're going to open that up. 2 photos of the body. Photos, position, body. All right. 2 different bits. Okay, so here, let me do this, y'all. Y'all give me 1 second. Let me do this right quick here. Yeah. Okay. And that, save 2 different positions. Different positions. We're going to put this in the conversion. Okay, and then we're going to look at this one and this one. And we're going to do this. Now, give me 1 second. Okay, and then we're going to save this 2 different positions. I'm going to save that. Okay, so then let's go to this one right here. And then let's do this right here. So y'all give me 1 second. Let me do this right here. I'm going to do that one. Okay, and then we do Jalen. 4 1. Okay, then we're going to do channel 4-2. Channel 4-2. -2. And then we're going to do Jalen 4-3. Okay, so we're going to do Jalen 4-3 right here. Jalen 4-3. Channel 4-3. Okay, and then we're going to do Jalen 4-4. Okay, we're going to do it like that, Jalen 4-4. And it's the reason why I'm doing this way, people, because people like to go ahead and screenshot my thing. And we're going to do Jalen 4-5. So then that way, they can go in the screenshot, but they only just get this right here.
As you already know who's looking, who's screenshotting things. Now we're going to do 4-6. So I had enough of the fuckery. Okay. I'm going to do Jalen 4-6. Okay, and then we're going to do Jalen 4-7. All right. I'm going to say that Jalen 4-7. All right. So we got everything. All right. So let me go ahead and close all of that up and close that up. And then now let me share my screen. Okay. Here, let me. All right. So there we go. Okay. The link is in the chat. Yeah, they did. They shut it up real quick. Okay, the link is in the chat. So you guys want to come up now? See, people's, Mr. Custom Design is live, and then several people had left the live to go to be on this channel, which is good. I mean, hey, they're free to do whatever they want to and stuff. I mean, that's who they support. But I just want you guys to know, I'm not into the fuckery. I'm not into the bullshit, and I'm not into all of the playing the games and things like that and stuff. So they want to leave it live to go watch them. Good. Goodbye. You do what you do. But all of this accusing me of doing things, I don't play games like that, peoples. Hey, Fred, how's it going? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. How's it going?
Okay, the conversion. All right, so let's go to number 1 here. This is what you had up. So it says, Tommy, before we begin the presentation, may I ask?
Oh, Ed.
Huh?
You can avoid all that stuff. I just wanted to point out the photos.
Okay, this one right here.
KJ, yeah. Well, on one email, KJ Photos, I wanted to point out something to you guys. I think you have to share your screen, though. Your screen is not being shared right now.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
I never was a content creator, but I would always research and provide information to like-minded people, you know what I'm saying, for them to put it out there. Oh, yeah, you can start with that one, Ed. Okay, okay, doesn't matter which one, really. These KJ Photos, I just wanted to point out how they disrespected this young lady, even in her death. You could tell by the position of her legs that they actually rolled her over. She's toward the door, and they flipped her over, whereas her right leg would be at the bottom and her left leg would be at the top. And you can see that brown paper bag, board or whatever it is. It's on the first photo. It's to the rear of her, so you can tell they flipped her over in order to get this second picture. I mean, they rolled her all the way over. I do understand that they at some point they set her up because we did see those photos. This particular photo depicts her being rolled all the way over on her right side. As you can see, the top photo, the inner part of the shoe is visible. You know, in the bottom photo, the outer part, which indicates that she was rolled over, in fact. And you can see during the rollover, this is why I know the pictures were taken prior to rigor mortis set it in. So the pictures were taken fairly close to her death, because you can see in the picture where she's rolled over, her legs are more closely connected, whereas they're a little spread apart on the top photo. So rigor mortis hadn't set in, so that means her body wasn't there for beyond those 6 hours. It's a fresh photo, and as you said previous lives, that she looks fresh. Her facial features looks fresh. You don't see any dark blotches or dark spots or anything like that. So it's just another indicator that rigor mortis hadn't set in, because when rigor mortis set in, everything stiffens up and you wouldn't get that change in position of her legs. So it was a fresh kill for the most part, and the photos were taken like directly afterwards. And no, they were not taken on the 9th or the 10th when they claimed they found the body. They were taken prior to.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an excellent this is an excellent example. Excellent example of what I'm saying. This is an excellent example of what I'm saying, because the bottom photo, you can see that her foot is on top of her other foot.
Right.
And her legs is right on top of each other. But then while she's rolled over, the legs is spread apart. So if rigor mortis did set in, her legs would have been the same position.
Exactly.
As if it was when she was rolled over. That would have been connected to her foot.
Right.
And you don't see that. That's exactly my point, because I said that when these photos was taken, it wasn't not too long ago that she died.
Exactly.
That's why she was so fresh. That's why they had to take the pictures so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they messed up. And see, that's what the stupid people don't understand, because everybody they think that they know, but they don't know. They need to listen. I've studied this stuff. I've filmed funerals for over 20 years, people. I got an eye for this shit. And I've talked about this. I said that her body is way too fresh. And these pictures was taken right after she was killed. Right after she was killed. So that's indicative of the fact that it ain't no way that she could have been killed and then transported from another establishment or driving from Chicago down to Rosemont or whatever. Her body would have been blackened.
Right.
She would have been just absolutely stiff. and her body would have been darkened like she was on the gurney when we saw her at the time, to when Teresa Martin said, well, this is how my babe looked when she was at the funeral home.
Mm-hmm.
She was in a darkened state.
Correct.
Because she was in full rigor.
Yep.
See, people, I told you guys, I told you guys that God was going to send me a group of people who was going to work with me to break this case down. I said everybody can't work with me, but God was going to send me a group of people who's going to work with me that has the knowledge
the expertise, the know-how, the wisdom, the understanding, and meticulousness. And look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. I was just telling one of the other Facebookers earlier. I mean, not Facebookers, YouTubers earlier today, before I came in. I told him, I said, you know, I'm not so much concerned about what all of these other people, these other YouTubers say up on their channels and things like that. I said, I know what God says to me. I know what he showed me. And I said that, you know, these people may have been talking about this case, and they may have been saying the same thing that I have been saying well before I even came on YouTube. But my thing is, where are they now? Where are they now? Because I said, they came for money. I came to get justice. So if they were showing all of this good stuff and this and that and the other, if they were really for justice for Kanika, where are they? Where are they? They should be here now. I don't care if the people wasn't listening. You guys wasn't listening for a whole year and 3 months now. A whole year and 3 months. A whole year and 3 months. I've been vilified, talked about, scorned, and everything else. Had my channel taken down and all like this. But I'm still going strong. And you didn't listen then, but now you're listening now, because a lot of the YouTubers and Facebookers are sharing my narrative now than what they did then. Now, call me a liar if you want to, because, hey, I got all of the lies. Their asses came to my live. Their asses was talking. Their asses was sitting here arguing with me. Oh, no, well, that was Kanika Jenkins in the halls and this baby this baby that. Well, now you know better. Because I've been going through, I have shown you, I have literally walked this thing down step by step by step by step by step. And now look at these people. Now they changed their narrative. Now they want to proclaim that they did it. I said, you can get the smart ass if you want to, but guess what? I got the video because I can show your ass up. I can show where you've been arguing with me about X, Y, and Z. Now you want to come up here and try to proclaim that, oh, well, this is what you've been saying all this time. Bullshit. And then you want to sit here and proclaim that you are so dedicated to the Kanika Jenkins case. Shit, you ain't never did what I did. For a whole year and 3 months straight, peoples, I practically been going on almost every day or every other day talking about this case, breaking it down. When the people didn't believe me, I still stood my ground, broke it down. When the people, oh, no, that was Kanika and stuff, I kept saying, I never wavered. Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. That's what I said. I never said that Kanika Jenkins was never in a party. I said Kanika Jenkins was never in TY's and Irene's live. In that particular party. I never said that she wasn't at a party. Never said that. I said that she was never there at the establishment alive when they did this bullshit. When they made this enactment of TY's and Irene's live. That's what I said. So see, you know, people, you got to listen, because if you don't listen, you'll never learn anything. Now, this is a major find that Fred had did. This tells me that he has eagle eyes, meticulous, full of knowledge and wisdom. Where you guys just go flapping at the gums, you don't even pay attention to what is before you. And that's your problem. What about
also,
Jalen?
I'm sorry. So Ed, I also wanted to point out some things. This Jalen Ford, for those who may not know, and of course that's the fake Irene. depicted in the first photo at the top left. All three of these are mug shots of Jalen Ford. The first, the mug shot to the top right, this mug shot was taken before the fake Irene's mug shot. And this third mug shot at the bottom was taken after Jalen Ford was convicted, I think 2 years for that felonious accidental homicide that they conjured up. So the what I did notice in this, and when I was doing research on that particular subject in terms of Jalen Ford and the accident, I subscribed for this website called Been Verified, which it allows you to go and look on. You can see mugshots, arrest records, and things of that nature. So when I put up Jalen Ford, that first mugshot to the top right, like I said, that's a mugshot prior to the fake Irene's mugshot. And on that mugshot there, you could see the scars already from a previous laceration or whatever it was depicted in between her eyebrows. So what they did during this fictitious accident, they faked some injuries and created some incisions or whatever the case may be right above those scars to give us, the viewers, the indication that she was in fact in an accident, when in fact that's nothing more than paint, because those scars already was present on her forehead even before that mugshot. You have to look really closely to see those scars on the top right that was already there. And so I mentioned this to Chloe, and she said, well, maybe during the accident, those scars open back up. So you're going to tell me it just so happened those 3 scars open up and she has not another blemish on her face, no inflammation on her face, nothing to indicate that she was in an accident that resulted in a homicide, car flipped over and mangled. But this is the worst she got out of the deal. And Eugenia Walker was lodged from the car and died. And the other person that was supposedly in the car was partially paralyzed. Come on now. So, yeah, I want to point that. I don't want to point that out to you guys as well. So, like you said, if these scars were authentic, or that laceration, they'll have a claim, I guess you could say something happened. But then when we know, because I knew, because I put a previous photo that those scars were already there, it tells me that they lied about the whole situation in terms of the accident. I'm not sure. The picture is very small from my vantage point, but I was able to blow my picture up and I can see it clearly. I'm not sure. Yeah, you may be able to do it. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Let me.
They basically just painted over those scars that were already there. It made it seem as though those are fresh cuts.
Boy.
If you scroll over to the right and you see the prior mugshot, and you can see those scars are already there on the forehead. And another thing I want to point out on the mugshot with Irene, the fake Irene, when you show those,
mugshot.
Give a close up on the fake Irene mugshot again.
Right here. The first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the part in the middle of her head?
Mm-hmm. Right here.
If you look to our right, you see there was a part. Initially it was a part like during Irene's photo on the side, but if you pull down some edge, so you see the hair formation, you can see the little streak of hair how it's flopped over to where the original part was.
Yeah.
So that's they covered up that original part so it wouldn't seem as though she was the fake Irene. But that part indicates that was exactly the fake Irene because that was the original part, the initial part. But then they, I guess, somehow parted that little part in the middle to cover up the original part.
That is a good observation.
Because you can see the hair between those two parts, that hair is like out of place, big time. If you imagine that piece of hair flopping over to the original side, that's Irene all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just been going through my emails and finding things. So as I do so, I'll bring it to your attention, point them out. Yeah.
Well, see, people, this is why I don't understand why they get so angry. Why did Custom come up in here and get so angry? Never understood that. What? Because I said I don't reference case files? I mean, I don't understand it. I'm like, you could have partaked into the conversation and things, but what was to get so angry behind in things? Did I ever say that they believed the case files and all? I never said that, did I? I said I don't reference the case files. I never said that they believed it. Huh? Well, this is why you can't have conversations with people, because they know that they get so inferior. They know I'm sitting here speaking the truth and stuff, but it was like, man, you can't say anything because now they get so darn angry. And I never understood that.
And just for your audience and yourself, Ed, when I was doing my little research on Jalen Ford, and because I had mentioned to you on your previous lives that originally when I put his arrest record up, it showed that he was arrested on the 8th of September. And then somehow they went in and changed it to the 11th.
Yeah.
So, they all working, in concert. This, like you said, this thing is bigger than those kids.
Oh man, this shit is
Much
real.
bigger.
This shit is extremely big. This shit is so big, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm looking at something that somebody had sent me, so I'm gonna check it out and see, and then I may talk about it. I'm gonna wait and see if they're going to talk about it or not. But I got sent something, so they wanted me to take a look at it and see. But they're trying to say that this whole thing was fake. Everything was fake. TY's live was fake.
Right.
That's what they're. I mean, but what they're saying is that they digitize people into it.
They didn't need to because it was scripted. They didn't need to do that. They had all the players they needed in place.
That's what I
they blurred the footage so we couldn't have clarity in terms of seeing who's actually who. But beyond that, they didn't have to edit nobody in or out for that matter.
That's exactly what I was saying.
You know, Ed, at this point, if anyone thinks at this point that September 9th was the actual factual, like you say, then I don't think there's much hope for them at this point, man. You talk about empirical evidence over and over and over provided that it should have swayed their opinion about that.
It ain't no hope for some people. I tell you, it ain't no hope. Because I mean, they would take that to their grave. That they will swear up and down that was Kanika. You know, they would literally swear up and down that was Kanika.
Right.
It's not, and that's why I was saying some people you can reach, and some people you just not going to reach. I don't care how many times that you talk about this case. I don't care how much evidence you show, what you say or anything. They're not going to get it.
Correct.
They're not.
Another thing about the accident. What's going on? Can you hear me? Another thing regarding the accident on the email with Jalen Ford, one of those links it'll have the actual news article in terms of the accident, and it's stated in that article that Jalen Ford sustained some fractured ribs. Listen, man, and from my experiences being a deputy, when you have a homicide, a vehicular homicide, the first thing that happens is they test your blood alcohol level once you get to the hospital because he's supposedly, I got air quotes when I say that, supposedly sustained injuries. So once the blood alcohol levels are above, you immediately become detained and you are immediately charged. So which means the local law enforcement agency immediately has control of your body at the hospital.
Right.
So you're already in custody. However, because of the nature of your injuries, fractured ribs, you will never leave the hospital the same day of an injury and go to be booked into a facility because the nursing staff wouldn't allow that supposedly sustained injuries. So once the blood alcohol levels are above, you immediately become detained and you are immediately charged. So which means the local law enforcement agency immediately has control of your body at the hospital.
Right.
So you're already in custody. However, because of the nature of your injuries, fractured ribs, you will never leave the hospital the same day of an injury and go to be booked into a facility because the nursing staff wouldn't allow that particular person to even come on their premises because of liability reasons. They sustain fractured ribs. So they will be under our care at the hospital until they get released by a physician. Physician not going to put their license in jeopardy by releasing someone that's already injured and can't sustain on his or her own without the proper medical attention. And fractured ribs, jails typically don't have the equipment and so on and so forth, the resources to deal with that kind of situation. So until the ribs, fractured ribs, they heal on their own, but you won't get it released the same day.
Right.
That's next to impossible.
I'm gonna call it.
Like I was in my accident March last year. I can still feel the soreness of my ribs to this day. Because I had like 5 fractured ribs.
Ooh. Jesus. All right, people. So I'm gonna share my screen this way. I'm gonna call up the things that I would just shown right here.
Kanika Jenkins was a young lady that was found dead in the freezer in Rosemont, and they ruled it an accident. But we all know different. Rest in peace. They moved her body and the evidence was mishandled. The most important camera was dismantled. That would have proved that she was murdered. Her death wasn't accidental. The crime scene was not sealed off. The murderers just peeled off. Trust a man in a uniform. It's like trusting I'll see a unicorn. We ain't giving up. We gon' protest, yell, scream, hold signs, and toot the horn. Ain't no sleeping in Rosemont till you release the tapes and get the news informed. They said between 3 and 4, she was last seen on that floor. Andrew Holmes lied and said he saw her open the door. Walk in the freezer but can't see no more. Irene, Monifa, Shemaya, all 3 of them is liars. We're supposed to be her riders and back her up like the choir. Rumor was they did it for some paper, tied her up and then taped her. Pinned her down and gang raped her. The footage friends who's fake her. Them blur videos wasn't live. Irene wore them glasses to hide that black eye from that black guy. You know, the one with dreads to his backside. She that drunk but ain't fall once. Black people smoking all blunts. You mean the cops can get a call once in the suburbs? That's a front. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She ain't gonna lock herself down in that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. Rosemont Crime Plaza will never believe you. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We're eager, we're never gonna stop till we seek her. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She was murdered and put in that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We know you ain't walking that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. Rosemont Crime Plaza will never believe you. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We're eager, we're never gonna stop till we seek her. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She was murdered and put in that freezer. Her hair and clothes was rubble, showing signs of a struggle. What was security doing in that bubble? Why ain't they see that that girl was in trouble, huh? From the gate it never added up. It was fishy, y'all, when I smelled it. Ice cubes next to her body, but in other pictures it smelled it. You could see people panic like they did on Titanic. Caught in the spot where Kanika has vanished. Security guard, I think he was Spanish. He was suspicious and so was the manager. Mama T pointed at the camera above the freezer. That would have showed us what really happened to Kanika. The original footage was never collected. They received the copies on a thumb drive, then closed the case because them edit videos couldn't identify one guy. She never walked alone, she was carried and got it, dropping and dragging her body to hide in the freezer, and gun left her shoe print inside it. And still there was no one in justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She ain't gonna lock herself down in that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. Rosemont Crime Plaza will never believe you. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We're eager, we're never gonna stop till we seek her. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She was murdered and put in that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We know you ain't walking that freezer. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. Rosemont Crime Plaza will never believe you. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. We're eager, we're never gonna stop till we seek her. Justice for Nika, justice for Nika. She was murdered and put in that freezer. J4K, 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 J4K. What?
Again, the only reason Jalen Ford has on these big stupid sunglasses is to cover up his eyes. And as you can see, Irene's eyes are totally different. If Jalen Ford didn't have on the big stupid sunglasses, we would have instantly knew that was a different person. But that's the reason for Jalen Ford to have these sunglasses on in this here scene. Throughout time, we learning that Jalen Ford is a guy with many character, many traits. But the big question is, how in the hell can Jalen Ford rush to the Rosemont so quickly and prepare to be dressed like Irene identically and to try to copy her life that she did that night? All of this is a mystery. So we're about to get into some things with Jalen Ford.
Oh, ain't no anything. Fuck. Feel bad. Fuck. You don't fuck about shit. Fuck. I look cute though. Thank you.
You look pretty. Happy birthday. Thank you.
And even here, y'all, we can notice how Jalen Ford says the words "thank you" in both videos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See, these people are simple-minded, simply because we viewed this thing in the beginning more with our hearts than with our common sense and with our minds. Things now appear to be a lot different to us. We seeing things a lot clearer than what we did in the past. And if any truth to the information that was brought up to us last night, these two are main suspects in this whole entire situation. They might not have been the ones that harmed Kanika, but they played a role in the cover-up. I think it's all safe to say that Monifa has been withholding so much information. She doesn't have the right to call herself Kanika's best friend. She's been lying to the family. She's been lying to this girl's mother. She's been lying to the public. But we know that the Rosemont Police Department know the truth. We know that the Rosemont Crown Plaza Hotel was solely behind in the reenactment. We always knew that Monifa was withholding so much information. But the fact that she was willing to go so far to involve herself in the cover-up of Kanika Jenkins, that's the lowest you can get. And we got to ask ourselves, when we look at this crash, the effect of it, wheels flying through the windows, the vehicle turned upside down. To me, it seemed like these people were being chased. They was running for their lives, doing 90 miles per hour. And y'all, I live in this city. I drive down this particular street every single day. Like I said, there's no way I could see a car just randomly doing 90 miles per hour down this street. I can't see it. And here it is, and here's a video of me driving past this church, and I'm just trying to visualize that whole entire accident happening. I can't see it because this is a college area. There's always pedestrians, and I know it was 2:35 when the time the accident was supposed to happen, but I can't see it. And here's something that we have to understand. See, it's easy for people like Jalen Ford and the rest of them trainees to do what they did that night because these people can do things such as commit murders, dressed as a trainee, and then go back to living as they regular selves as men. No one will ever know.
I'm grown as hell now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You look pretty. Happy birthday. Thank you. My kids.
And when you look at this footage here that I personally filmed with my own camera when we went inside the Crown Plaza that time, inside the kitchen here, just to get my own clarification. Even then, I couldn't understand how can they show us something where without the final proof, the main piece of proof. And when you look at this part of the video right here, I had to focus in here because this is a point where they try to make us believe that she crossed through. Now look at the video that they put up where she clearly supposed to have crossed through that path. I'm going to show you with this green screen here how they done it. See this green screen? Now look how I placed this woman in between that area. It was just a quick job. I just wanted to show y'all that it was easily done with, you know, no clear proof of showing us that she's supposed to have walked in the freezer. And when we look at this picture here with the video playing, we can see that Jalen Ford made a strong effort that night to make himself look exactly like Irene Roberts. And the picture to the far right is the picture when he was being booked in the Cook County Jail. He still had the costume on.
Yeah. Who? Who laying drunk? I'm still calling. That's, you know, she could be.
We turn now to the tragedy in Spalding County. An 11-year-old girl killed when a stray bullet flew into her room. Now loved ones are preparing for her funeral this weekend.
Fox 5's Joy Dukes joins us live from the sheriff's office tonight. And Joy, deputies say they're still searching for the person who fired that fatal shot.
Yeah, that's right, Christine Russ. Just an absolutely heartbreaking story here tonight. Authorities in Spalding County say 11-year-old Asia Love Jones was in her bed sleeping when a bullet came into their apartment, killing her last week.
Ed, you still with us?
For that gunman, her family tells me their hearts are in pieces.
I'm like a ship with no sail now. You know what I mean? It's like I'm just drifting and everything I'm trying to do.
Jones says right now he is numb to the agonizing pain
I'm
of losing
still
his
with you guys.
11-year-old daughter Asia
I just
to
saw
a
this
stray
come
bullet
on. Now I
that
still
came
want
through
them
her
to get
bedroom
there.
window March 14th in the Northside Hills apartment complex in Griffin.
Yeah, that's it for that.
I'm so mad.
The father of two tells Fox 5 to make the situation even worse. His 10-year-old daughter Angel was in bed with her sister when they heard the sound of gunfire around 1 a.m.
My mom wanted us to crawl to her, so I crawled to her, and then Asia didn't come.
Angel says it's not the first shooting to happen in the complex, but she's been having nightmares about her sister since.
Something just ripped out a big part of me, and there's an empty space, but I'm still living.
Spalding County authorities say the shooting was gang-related. They identified the suspect as 22-year-old Keontae Parks. Parks faces a number of charges, including felony murder, aggravated assault, and more, but is still on the run. Jones says just shy of his daughter's 12th birthday, it's difficult to see life without her. But he's remembering Asia's love for video editing, her shy disposition, and her sweet spirit.
I'm going to keep pushing forward. I don't know.
While her mother has started a GoFundMe to cover moving costs, they're also asking anyone who can to send donations to Peterson Funeral Home in Griffin. Asia's funeral is set for this weekend. Authorities in Spalding County saying this tonight that they do not have any updates to provide at this time, but that they are using all of their resources to continue to try and track down the suspect. Now, if you have any information that can help, give detectives a call. That's the latest here live in Griffin tonight. Joy Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Joy, thanks so much.
Oh, man. Wow. That just happened an hour ago, peoples. That just happened an hour ago, and this girl
Well, as you guys can see, peoples, that's how they played the fake Kanika walking into the kitchen, because they tried to play like she walked into the establishment. So you can clearly see after effects. Now I see what somebody was saying. But it still doesn't make me believe. I know Kanika Jenkins never walked into that establishment. I know that. So I'm not so much persuaded by that. But as far as this kitchen scene and things, now I see what they're saying. Because it was kind of fuzzy and stuff, but you gotta, damn, that's just, I mean, I gotta take a look at that again, because shit, that was just so smooth. No, but then, I mean, I understand that you can use Adobe After Effects, to kind of edit people and things, but that shit was so smooth. You know what I'm saying? It was
Which part,
huh?
Which part you referring to?
The movement of the when he had put that girl in the kitchen.
Oh, the green screen. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that was a smooth. That was a smooth ass move, but it was a dummy, but it was a smooth move.
Right. And again, in that case, I don't think the green screen was really necessary, because they blurred out. It could have been an actual person, but they blurred them out so bad that you couldn't tell anyways. So whether or not they did the green screen, they did the editing portion of the blurriness was the most important thing for them.
Right. Well, which it wasn't her anyway, because
right.
I mean, we didn't see her. I mean, she was already dead by the time that they did that and stuff. But that's just amazing that he put that thing in there like that. Yeah, but that's still that's still. I mean, I see what someone was saying to me and things, but it still doesn't. It still doesn't persuade me to believe anything other than that Kanika Jenkins had got killed at the establishment. Because I mean, like we just showed you tonight, what Fred just pointed out in the video, how her legs was together and then they were separated, because if rigor mortis had set in, then her legs would have been in the same exact position, even if they're over, which is indicative of the fact is what I have been saying all along, people, that it was no longer that she had got killed when they took those pictures. I know what I was saying. And I didn't even have to reference no goddamn case files to figure this shit out. Because I have seen dead bodies for over 20 years. I've traveled all over the United States videotaping funerals. And so I got a good eye for this. And when I saw that, it took me a minute to understand it, because I was like you. I was like many of you. I thought that this was an accident. I thought that she walked into the freezer and things until, like I said, I got down on my knees and started to pray. And I asked the Lord to give me eagle eyes. I asked the Lord to put this unction in my spirit. And when the Lord did that, he opened up my eyes to a lot of things that I did not see in the beginning.
Okay, people, so I am back. Let's go ahead and transition, and we're going to get back into the video that we was watching about Janiyah McMichael. Let's go back. Let me go ahead and share my screen, peoples. So, some good, juicy information for you on tonight, right? In the Kanika Jenkins case, huh? And so, I'm going to go back and finish playing that live. But as of now, we're going to get back into the Janiyah McMichael's case, peoples. And let's go back in. Let's look at what they were saying about this case, peoples. Let's go.
Or both, depending on the state. So not sure why they issued a silver alert and not an amber alert. It just seems like a slap in the face. Janiyah's father tried numerous times to file a missing persons report, but was given the runaround by GPD. They asked did she go missing in Indiana or Chicago, but Janiyah resides in Gary, Indiana. Just take the damn report. Dahlia James, Janiyah's grandmother on her mother's side, has been searching nonstop for Janiyah. She's been going out every night for hours upon hours searching. She's very determined to bring her granddaughter home safe and sound. Now, according to the father, the last time anyone has actually seen Janiyah was on June, on the last day of school. Dahlia James stated she hadn't seen Janiyah since June 2. This is especially strange because Janiyah frequented that grandmother's house. This brings up an important question. Who can actually verify on the night of August 11th, Janiyah was actually there? The only people that can verify this information would be Jasmine, her girlfriend Kiera, and the little kids. Could Jasmine and Kiera be lying? When that
Okay, so now it's confirmed that that is her girlfriend. Now it's confirmed because beforehand they never stated was whether she was her girlfriend or not. She just stated that there was a young lady who literally had lived with her and things, and you know was why this guy is cutting this rib like that. It's crazy. But anyway, now it's confirmed that that is her girlfriend. And so, as the narrator has stated, the last time the grandmother, and the last time that the father had seen Janiyah was in June. That was the last time that they saw her. But the last time that the mother had saw her and had made the report was in August, 2 months later. 2 months later. And a day before the kids was supposed to be going to school. So then it's a question that is raised in my mind. If the mother was so up in arms about Janiyah being pregnant, then my question is simply this, peoples. How far along was Janiyah? Because if the grandmother and the father had seen her in June, and 2 months later, the mother confronts her about pregnancy. Well, my question is simply this. When the father and grandmother had saw her, did they not know that she was pregnant? Did they not know? Because the question is, if Janiyah was pregnant, how far along was she pregnant for her mother to go and confront her like that? You know, because a 2 month span, and the father and grandmother didn't suspect Janelle being pregnant, because I'm sure if they did, they would have said something. But thus far, nobody said anything. And so let's take a look at this, peoples, and see exactly what is going on. Peoples, let's go.
Asked about who could have last seen Janiyah, Jasmine immediately started pointing fingers at this little boy, Lakeith, who went to school with Janiyah. She claimed that Janiyah was being held against her will. She went on to accuse Lakeith and his mother of detaining her daughter.
So what we have to do is let Casey take the lead on everything. Whatever we get, we have to give to him so him and his team can do it. We are not going to get her by ourselves. They're not going to give us her. They're not going to give her to us. So let them, whatever lead you get, if you don't want to send it to me, send it to him and let them take the lead. Because the boy just called him. He ain't calling us. They're the one offering the reward money now. So now they're really going to give him information. So he has to take the lead on everything. I'm even stepping back and letting him do his thing. Now that we know that she's being held against her will with this McKee guy, we can't do shit but let him take lead, or we're going to go pick her up and we're going to have to put her in a body bag. And I don't want that.
Jasmine and her mother would aggressively harass Lakeith to the point where police were called. Jasmine never expressed a reason why she believed Lakeith had something to do with it, or why him and his mother would be holding her captive. With tensions mounting, the private investigator was able to set up a meeting for Jasmine and Lakeith's mother to get on the phone and talk out their disagreements. Lakeith's mother agreed to the call because she wanted to prove that she had nothing to do with Janiyah's disappearance. She was tired of her and her children getting harassed every day. She just wanted to clear her name. So they agreed to set a time for a conference call. But when the time came, Jasmine ignored the calls and simply wouldn't pick up. She flat out refused to talk to Lakeith's mother. The investigator would ask Lakeith and his mother to join a live to get her side of the story and a chance to clear her name.
I really wish she was at my house and I would have knew she was safe. And I keep telling your people when they first came over here, I really wish they would have let you get in contact with me. And I asked them before y'all even started bringing the police over here, if they want to walk through my house themselves, and me and my family could have stepped outside, I would have had no problem. But like I said, I really wish she was at my house and I knew she was safe. And I'm sorry y'all going through this.
The following day, after the live, Jasmine would attempt to fire Kevin Collins, aka Casey Bodyguard, as the private investigator. But he wasn't hired by Jasmine. He was hired by LaTanya, Janiyah's grandmother on her father's side. Ultimately, Lakeith and his family was investigated and cleared of any wrongdoing. At this time, they are not implicated in the disappearance of Janiyah. Once they were cleared, the fingers pointed back to Jasmine, and that was just the first red flag. The second red flag would be when Jasmine would go on to tell investigators that Janiyah and the second oldest daughter were repeatedly by Jasmine's sister's boyfriend or child's father, and that she didn't report it or do anything to protect them. Is this true? Why would she continue to allow her children over there? And could he be the father of Janiyah's child? The third red flag was when the investigator and search team would go out searching and attempt to raise awareness. Jasmine wouldn't attend. She would always decline. She stated it's because she had warrants and didn't want to deal with the police. Now, I don't know about you, but if my child's missing, I'm getting out there and I'm searching. I'm spreading her name out there. I'm getting awareness out there. I don't care about warrants. I'm turning the city upside down.
Wait 1 minute. So Jasmine is accusing the people of essaying her child. Let me rewind that back. I was in the midst of doing something when I was listening to this. So I'm going to rewind it back a little bit, at least about well, no, I'm going to rewind it back a little further than that. Let me go back and rewind it back to red flags. I got to listen to this again.
About who could have last seen Janiyah, Jasmine immediately started pointing fingers at this little boy, Lakeith, who went to school with Janiyah. She claimed that Janiyah was being held against her will. She went on to accuse Lakeith and his mother of detaining her daughter.
So what we have to do is let Casey take the lead on everything. Whatever we get, we have to give to him so him and his team can do it. We are not going to get her by ourselves. They're not going to give us her. They're not going to give her to us. So let them, whatever lead you get, if you don't want to send it to me, send it to him and let them take the lead. Because the boy just called him. He ain't calling us. They're the one offering the reward money now. So now they're really going to give him information. So he has to take the lead on everything. I'm even stepping back and letting him do his thing. Now that we know that she's being held against her will with this McKeith guy, we can't do shit but let him take lead, or we're going to go pick her up and we're going to have to put her in a body bag. And I don't want that.
Jasmine and her mother would aggressively harass Lakeith to the point where police were called. Jasmine never expressed a reason why she believed Lakeith had something to do with it, or why him and his mother would be holding her captive. With tensions mounting, the private investigator was able to set up a meeting for Jasmine and Lakeith's mother to get on the phone and talk out their disagreements. Lakeith's mother agreed to the call because she wanted to prove that she had nothing to do with Janiyah's disappearance. She was tired of her and her children getting harassed every day. She just wanted to clear her name. So they agreed to set a time for a conference call. But when the time came, Jasmine ignored the calls and simply wouldn't pick up. She flat out refused to talk to Lakeith's mother. The investigator would ask Lakeith and his mother to join a live to get her side of the story and a chance to clear her name.
I really wish she was at my house and I would have knew she was safe. And I keep telling your people when they first came over here, I really wish they would have let you get in contact with me. And I asked them before y'all even started bringing the police over here, if they want to walk through my house themselves, and we could have, me and my family could have stepped outside, I would have no problem. But like I said, I really wish she was at my house and I knew she was safe. And I'm sorry y'all going through this.
The following day, after the live, Jasmine would attempt to fire Kevin Collins, aka KC Bodyguard, as the private investigator. But he wasn't hired by Jasmine. He was hired by LaTanya, Janiyah's grandmother on her father's side. Ultimately, Lakeith and his family was investigated and cleared of any wrongdoing. At this time, they are not implicated in the disappearance of Janiyah. Once they were cleared, the fingers pointed back to Jasmine, and that was just the first red flag. The second red flag would be when Jasmine would go on to tell investigators that Janiyah and the second oldest daughter were repeatedly by Jasmine's sister's boyfriend or child's father, and that she didn't report it or do anything to protect them. Is this true? Why would she continue to allow her children over there? And could he be the father of Janiyah's child? The third red flag was when the investigator and search team would go out searching and attempt to raise awareness. Jasmine wouldn't attend. She would always decline. She stated it's because she had warrants and didn't want to deal with the police.
Okay, so Jasmine, her mom, had stated that the men had actually assaulted her child and she didn't report it. So she is claiming that she knew that the man was actually assaulting her child and she didn't report it. The second one is that her daughter is missing, and they have a team going out to find her daughter, and she refuses to go out there because she says that she has warrants. But yet the people know exactly where she lives, knows that she has kids, and it really didn't matter of the warrants, because if CPS is over there, well, then you already know that the authorities, the police is involved in things. And so if she had warrants, what did she have warrants out for? What did she do to have warrants? And I'm sure that the police could have came over there and arrested her at any given point in time. She already knew what she was. CPS was called over there many times before, but yet they never took the kids. And so if the mother has information that the child is being SA'd, why would you let your daughter continue to keep going over to a place where you know that the people were supposed to be SAing your child? And so is this a conspiracy? Is it that the people who SA'd her and the mother knew, they all conjured up together to get rid of Janiyah? I mean, peoples, that's what it looks like to me. I said, that's what it looks like to me. And then go try to implicate another boy out in the neighborhood and saying that he is keeping Janiyah up against her will. Really? Wait, but so why and how are you going to implicate a third person, a little young boy, of saying that he is holding my child against her will? But then you're going to sit around and tell the people that your child was being SA'd by the other men. So it's the difference between a man and a boy. She's saying that the boy held her against her will, but yet she never stated that the boy SA'd her. Boy. People, see, I told you from the beginning. I told you from the beginning of this live that the mother did not look favorably in my eyes. And I said in the beginning, I didn't want to accuse her, but for her lack of response to her child being missing, the fake crying and everything, that did it for me right there. That told me everything that I needed to know right there. And in the back of my mind, I said, oh, this bitch is guilty as fucking sin. And sure enough, I called it out in the live in the beginning. And now, since we're learning more and more about this lady, she is looking more guilty as all get down. Now, I am even more convinced that she and her lover and whoever is the baby's dad had something to do with the disappearance of this child. And just for the mere sake of her going ahead and telling the authorities that the man was essaying her, she's just as guilty because she didn't report the crime. Whoo-wee! Boy, look at here. Man. These young kids nowadays, boy, they have it hard. They have it hard. And I said, like mother, like child. She said her daughter used to run away. Now, just Janiyah was running away. And I'm sure Janiyah had saw some things at an early age, and she's just only acting out for what her mama has been doing. Because just like Jasmine said, like mother, like child. This woman has some mental issues, major, and she shouldn't have never been allowed to keep those children. And I'm glad that the grandmother has custody of all of the kids now. But that's not going to bring back Janiyah. I said it's not going to bring back Janiyah, peoples. It's really sad that the system that's supposed to be protecting the kids is failing them. And it's not until something extreme like the kids coming up missing and the kids coming up dead is when the people want to, in hindsight, oh, well, we tried to do something and you never did. And then I heard it said, are you sure that she came up missing in Indiana and not Chicago? Why would she want to be coming up missing in Chicago unless the people who is making that assumption know something? Let's listen to that again, peoples. I know what I heard.
Investigator, but he wasn't hired by Jasmine. He was hired by Latanya, Janiyah's grandmother on her father's side. Ultimately, Lakeith and his family was investigated and cleared of any wrongdoing. At this time, they are not implicated in the disappearance of Janiyah. Once they were cleared, the fingers pointed back to Jasmine, and that was just the first red flag. The second red flag would be when Jasmine would go on to tell investigators that Janiyah and the second oldest daughter were repeatedly by Jasmine's sister's boyfriend or child's father, and that she didn't report it or do anything to protect them. Is this true?
So Janiyah and her sister was repeatedly actually assaulted by the baby's her baby's daddy. And that she never reported it. Let's listen to that again, peoples.
Ultimately, Lakeith and his family was investigated and cleared of any wrongdoing.
Okay, so it says that Kevin Collins, I have to make it clear that Lakeith and his family does not have anything to do with the disappearance of Janiyah. I've been busting my A since day one, nonstop, missing, lost in traffic. If you all go on my page, you will see the live where the boy and his mother stepped up on the defense.
At this time, they are not implicated.
Says the young teen mentioned in this video did not play a role in Janiyah's McMichael Rogers' disappearance. Kevin Collins and the Gary Police Department reportedly searched his mother's home, and a video of the mother and son speaking out has been posted to all missing, lost in traffic platforms. Janiyah's mother's statement about a body bag infers she did not believe her daughter would be alive or could have been deceased. What?
In the disappearance of Janiyah. Once they were cleared, the fingers pointed back to Jasmine, and that was just the first red flag. The second red flag would be when Jasmine would go on to tell investigators that Janiyah and the second oldest daughter were repeatedly by Jasmine's sister's boyfriend.
So Janiyah and Janiyah's oldest sister or the second oldest daughter has been repeatedly actually assaulted by The sister's father's boyfriend? Wait, what? Let me get that.
Jasmine. And that was just the first red flag. The second red flag would be when Jasmine would go on to tell investigators that Janiyah and the second oldest daughter were repeatedly by Jasmine's sister's boyfriend.
By Jasmine's sister's boyfriend. By Jasmine's sister's boyfriend. So the mother sister's boyfriend. The mother's sister's boyfriend had actually assaulted Janiyah and her sister. And this heifer never reported it, peoples. I had to hear that again because I kind of had it wrong. But I got it right this time. Her sister boyfriend actually assaulted them repeatedly. Not just one time, but repeatedly. Meaning that she knew this stuff was going on for quite some time. Because repeatedly means more than once. And so if you knew the first time and you didn't say nothing, and then it happened again and you didn't say nothing, you already knew the play. You already knew the play. And so were you pimping out your daughter or daughters to this man? People's, by her own admission, this bitch needs to be in jail. This bitch needs to be in jail by her own admission. She failed to safely have her daughter in a safe and loving environment. And this bitch right here needs her MF ass beat. And she needs to be in jail. Shackled from the wrist to the legs, to the ankles, peoples. And then not only that, but if the allegation is true that the sister boyfriend, S.A., Janiyah and her sister, that nigga needs to be under the jailhouse, peoples. And if the sister knew, that bitch needs to be under the jailhouse also. Kind of reminds me of Jay-Z and the woman who proclaimed that Jay-Z and P. Diddy, who touched the woman's kitty and played with the woman's titty, had SA'd her. But see, there was major flaws in her story. And I've always said from the beginning, people's, contrary to popular belief, because I do remember me and Fresh Source, we were on the live one time and we had stood against that of what they tried to proclaim up against Jay-Z. We said that he is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And now come to find out that the woman was making it all up and that they dropped the charges. Now, Busby is being sued by Jay-Z, and rightfully so. And Busby did not have the law license to even practice in that particular area where this lawsuit was filed. And so he was all fluff and stuff, and he thought that they were going to strong arm Jay-Z into giving some money. But Jay-Z stood his grounds and says, no, not me. You will not get money from me. You will not extort me for any money. And then the thing is, peoples, why did they drop the lawsuit up against Diddy? Why? Because, I mean, Diddy is being accused of all of this stuff. Jay-Z was only accused by that woman, but Diddy is being accused by women and men. And so why did they drop the lawsuit up against Diddy? Now, Diddy can bring a lawsuit up against him. Boy, peoples. And that's another case I'm going to talk about. That's another case I'm going to talk about, but I'm on this one right here. So you heard what the narrator had said. This woman said that her sister's boyfriend SA'd her repeatedly, not just once, repeatedly. And so that means that she knew her children was being SA'd. And there's a possibility that that sister's boyfriend could have been her child's father. It's a possibility, peoples. But set aside from that, just the simple fact that she knew that her child was being SA'd, her children. It's a hard pill to swallow, people. It is a hard pill to swallow. When you can sit up here and hold stone face, your daughter is missing. You knew that she was pregnant, but yet you knew that the possible perpetrator had penetrated. And that's a problem with me. It's a major problem with me when the mother, supposed to have been the protector of her children, did not stand before them to protect them peoples. And that's a crying shame. And this bitch needs to be under the jailhouse, peoples. Now we're getting somewhere, people. See, now clarity is coming out of confusion, because I was kind of like, wow, what in the world is going on? But now, as we can see, peoples, the mother knew, and she didn't do anything about it. And then CPS dropped the ball when they kept coming over there repeatedly. And I don't understand why do we even have CPS when these suckers don't even do their jobs, and they don't protect the vulnerable. They don't protect the children. What the hell are they here for?
Or child's father, and that she didn't report it or do anything to protect them. Is this true? Why would she continue to allow her children over there? And could he be the father of Janiah's child? The third red flag was when the investigator and search team would go out searching and attempt to raise awareness. Jasmine wouldn't attend. She would always decline. She stated it's because she had warrants and didn't want to deal with the police. Now, I don't know about you, but if my child's missing, I'm getting out there and I'm searching. I'm spreading her name out there. I'm getting awareness out there. I don't care about warrants. I'm turning the city upside down. It just seemed like her daughter wasn't a priority to her, and she wasn't taking this serious. The fourth red flag was when the investigator asked Jasmine to put together a video to raise awareness of her daughter's disappearance. Of course, Jasmine declined, stating that she doesn't know what to say in the video, so the investigator would have to tell her what to say. And this was the video that was produced.
What up? Boy, KC again. Currently out here in Gary, Indiana, again, looking for a 13-year-old girl that's been missing since Sunday. This is the mom, and she want to tell you a little bit more about her daughter.
My daughter's name is Janiyah McMichael. She's 13 years old. She's about 4 feet tall. She was last seen leaving home off of Virginia Street in Gary, Indiana, around Sunday night. If y'all have any leads, Janiyah, if you see this baby, you can come home. Please come home. That's all we want. We want to know that you're safe and that you are okay. If you don't want to come home to me, reach out to an aunt, reach out to one of your grandmas, cousins, somebody to let us know that you are okay. We want you and we want to come get you, please.
Now you see all of the different signs and stuff that the content creators putting up. Do this look like a parent who really missing their child? This the moment where she looks like she's going to cry, and then he's put up there. This is a moment to where it looks really genuine. But when I first saw this video, I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know who was who and what was what. And things. But now the gentleman has brought clarity out of this video, because this was one of the first videos that I played when I would start playing back this Janiyah McMichael's case. And I didn't know, I didn't make heads or tails as to what was happening in this video, other than, there's two people standing there and they were asking the public for help. But now I got clarity. Now I see that she is the mother. I didn't know who this guy was, but man, this whole case is just mind-boggling to me, peoples. But let's listen in. Let's go.
Share this. Don't just let this, don't just watch this. Share this, man. Help us spread the word. Bring her home. This is a real life situation. This ain't no joke. So, you call in with tips, please. It'll be serious tips.
Yes, please.
We don't have time for the games. Share this. Share this. Help us. If you want to help, get out here, search. Feel free to inbox me, DM me, call me, 773-983-2808. Need to bring her home now. From Indiana to Illinois, I need everybody on board again with tagging the news stations, radio stations, the governors, the mayors, everybody needs to be on board.
Please, Janiyah, come home. That's all we want. We out here searching, and we're not going to stop until we get you home.
She wasn't emotional in the video at all, which I know everyone processes emotions and grief differently, but with all of the other red flags that have been adding up, I find this to be strange. Jasmine has been quoted as saying she doesn't want any attention around her missing daughter. She doesn't want her story on the news, the radio, and doesn't want it on social media. So she's really going to hate me making this YouTube video. She doesn't want to raise awareness in any way, and I wonder why. The fifth red flag, Jasmine stated that Janiyah does not have a cell phone, so they're unable to track her whereabouts using cellular data. But her little sister stated to the investigator that she had a phone and she used it constantly. The sixth red flag, she initially said she noticed her daughter was missing at 12:45 a.m. when she got up to use the bathroom and didn't report it until 8 hours later. That seems a little odd to me. But she would go on later and tell a news reporter that she didn't notice her daughter missing until she got the kids up for school the next morning. The seventh red flag, one day out of the blue, Jasmine would send a screenshot of a vehicle to the private investigator. She claimed that Janiyah got into this car with someone. The investigator reviewed this footage and he cannot see her get into the car with anyone. The car didn't even come in front of the house. The video footage didn't even show Janiyah at all. Still no proof that Janiyah left the house on her own volition. The eighth and final red flag, and let's be honest, There's probably going to be a lot more. Jasmine didn't really want her children anymore. Yes, you heard that correct. Jasmine did not want to be a mother anymore.
So it says, tell them that it's no secret. I don't want her knowing where they are. I did call down there. I called the courthouse in Crown Point and Gary. If you want to sign them over, you have to go in person to a notary because it can't be a family friend. So you have to be willing to go meet with your mom in a notary. I'll meet you with her sometime during the week. Missing, lost, and trafficked. What is your plan now that you have to wait to do the notary? She got my phone. Jazz.
And text messages reveal she discussed giving up her children to DCFS.
If you're making plans to kill yourself, that's clearly not the answer. I can't do it anymore. And yes, it will fix all the pain I feel. If you want help, we are all willing to help, but you have to be ready for change. I've changed and these kids haven't. I'm not asking for help. I'm asking for someone to take them. I'm going to do what's best for me. I really don't want to give them to my mom, but the state will not take them. The state will take them, drop them all off at DCS. They will definitely take them. Missing, lost, and trafficked. If you can have Virginia come get them, I'll send their birth certificates and social security cards and letting and a letting for my mom. Well, it was supposed to be in a letter for my mom. I called DCS and they said I don't have a open case, so I would have to go to the court to do. I would have to go to the court to something sign my rights over, then they will give me a court date.
In a text message, she said her girlfriend wasn't the reason.
I called DCS and I don't have an open case, so I would have to go to the court to file to sign my rights over, then they will give me a court date. Missing, lost, and trafficked. That's if you're trying to give them to a specific person. If you just don't want them, they will take them. If you do, if you go drop them off, they will definitely take them. I know someone is there right now. Go drop them off before something happens to them. Nothing is going to happen to them. I'm not effed up to where I will hurt them. I want better for them. That's why. Then why does it have to be a secret? I just can't take care of them. Then tell them that. It's no secret. I don't want her knowing where they are. I did call down there. I called the courthouse in Crown Point and Gary.
Why she wanted to give her kids to the state, but she made a reference to her children.
She has nothing to do with the kids and won't stop being nasty and effed up everything. So you don't want to know where the kids are going. DJ and Michaela are pissing and shitting in their room. I broke up with her because I'm tired of arguing behind what the kids are doing. I don't want her to know where my kids are going because it's not her business. I get it. I do. But what really is your plan? Why can't you just leave with the kids to give them up so they can have a better life? I want to be with my dad. I don't want to. I'm tired and I've had enough. Missing, lost, and trafficking. I know you're tired, but they need to. I know you're tired, but they need you to transition. And you think dying is a good. I mean, dying is going to fix it. If you're making plans to kill yourself, that's clearly not the answer.
Causing issues in her relationship with Kiera. Was she being pressured by Kiera to get rid of her children? Or was this a scheme that she hatched on her own? So with that, let's get into some theories on this case. Be sure to leave a comment on what you think happened. My first theory is Janiyah went missing back in June when school ended. She may have gotten into an argument with her mom because her mom found out she was pregnant and she actually attempted to beat the baby out of her, just like she mentioned to the investigator. And in the process, she accidentally killed Janiyah. I think Jasmine might only be reporting her missing now because school was starting that day. And when Janiyah doesn't show up to school, officials will be knocking on her door asking about Janiyah. She already had CPS applying pressure to her, and she knew it would just be a matter of time. My next theory is that maybe Janiyah ran away. It sounds like the house was toxic and evil, and she could have fled for many possible reasons. Maybe she was pregnant and didn't want to bring her child into that environment. She has a cell phone. Maybe she met up with someone. There was a sighting of her on the 6900 block of South St. Lawrence Street in Chicago's West Woodland, where Jasmine McMichael formerly resided before moving to Gary, Indiana. Now, Jasmine doesn't have any family residing in that area, so it may just be a coincidence that she was sighted there. During Dahlia James's search efforts, there's been reports of a couple harassing the search team, following them around, calling them names, just really dirty type behavior. I don't know if that amounts to them exhibiting some form of guilt, or if they're just adult trolls, but something doesn't sit right with me. And now it's been said that Janiyah is 4 to 5 months pregnant, but who was the father? The answer to the question of what happened to her could be solved if they knew who the father was. Was it the aunt's child's father? Could they be trying to hide the fact that he got her pregnant? Maybe she threatened to tell, and they just couldn't have that happen. And my last and final theory is that the mother and girlfriend just outright killed her and are covering it up for reasons unknown. Maybe she was cramping their style, or maybe she was hard to control because she was the oldest. But what do you think? Let me know in the comment section. Kevin Collins, aka KC Bodyguard, doesn't charge to help these families. He performs investigations out of his own pocket, so please donate to his cause. He helps these families find their loved ones and doesn't ask for a thing in return. To send your support, you can Cash App him at $KC Bodyguard 1, or look for that information in the description.
Well, peoples, there you have it. There you have it right there. And it's really sad that this young child had to go through what she went through. And so we're going to continue to keep plowing in and taking a look at this case because, there's so many twists and turns and things, so many things that could have been, but there's so many things that should have been, and it wasn't. And so people's, as it stands now, no one knows where Janiyah McMichael is. And it's stated that she was 4 to 5 months pregnant, but we have so many suspects, but we don't have any leads or any further clues as it stands right now. And it's amazing, peoples, that if people want you gone, it's easy to make a person disappear. But it's really hard to try to find the people, especially when you have suspects, witnesses, and things, but everybody is giving a different testimony. Just like in the Kanika Jenkins case, we have all of these witnesses, but everybody is giving a different story, only to be compounded with all of these YouTubers with their fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious narratives. And with all of that combined, peoples, nothing will ever grasp hold, because everybody who speaks about this case is all the time saying something different, with absolutely no evidence whatsoever to corroborate their narratives. They're just throwing out hilarious and nefarious mantra and madness. And that's the same here with the missing teen, Janiyah McMichael. Peoples, I'm going to be back up on this, and I am going to be back on this other case as well with Naziah Harris Peoples. And I call the two the 1-3 twins. The 1-3 twins, peoples, because they were both 1-3, both pregnant, and they both came up missing. So, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts upon tonight. Tune in again next time to when Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, if the Lord says the same, I will be back. And I will be back to talk about this case and others, peoples. I'll be back to bring awareness. But with these two cases, Zaniyah and Janiyah, peoples, we will get into this case, and we will continue to keep bringing awareness to that of what happened to the 1-3 twins. So until then, peoples, be blessed and get your rest. And if the Lord says the same, I'll see you soon. And thank each and every one of you for tuning in. And thank you to my new subscriber. I greatly appreciate all of your support. For Vicky Davis, to Brad, to 313 Tony, to Carla Henry, and to all of you Bush babies. Thank you so much. Be blessed, and I'll see you soon. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.